Samrita. As said in Sangeetha Darpanam, words come from Rigveda, music comes from Samveda, Abhinaya comes from Yajurveda, and Rasa comes from Atharva Veda. This shows the importance of music and dance. Sangeetha and Natya Parampara are traditional Indian dance forms that have long and rich dating back to the ancient times. Sangeeta, which literally means music in Sanskrit, it encompasses a wide range of musical styles and it includes classical forms such as Hindustani and Carnatic music, as well as folk and regional styles. Natya Parampara, on the other hand, refers to the classical Indian dance tradition, which includes styles such as Bharatanatyam, Kathak, Manipuri, Odissi, and so on. These art forms have not only played a very crucial role in the cultural and spiritual life of India, but they also had a significant influence on the arts and culture of other countries around the world. However, in the recent times, there have been a growing concern about the preservation and promotion of these art forms for the future generation. Welcome you all to the two-day conference cum cultural activity sessions on Sangeeta and Natya Parampara organized under the aegis of DHARA, an ode to Indian knowledge system and Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav on 5th and 6th January 2023 in our university, which will coincide with the music festival celebration taking place in the Tamil Nadu during this season. This conference involves the drafting of a vision document for the Sangeeta and Natya Parampara 2047 and cultural activities to popularize this knowledge from ancient to modern times. This conference have bring together experts and practitioners from various fields related to Sangeeta and Natya Parampara. It includes renowned musicians, dancers, educators, historians, and cultural organizers. Throughout the 2 days of conference, there will be panel discussions on different aspects of art form, and there will be also an interactive session with experts in music and dance, providing the attendees with the opportunity to learn more about these art forms and engage the expert in these fields. We will begin the day by seeking the blessings of Almighty. Now, I call upon Selvi Deepa and Selvi Pangajam from the School of Education for the invocation song.
मैत्रीं भजत अखिलक्षेत्रीं मैत्रीं भजत अखिलक्षेत्रीं आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत त्यजत भजत मैत्रीं भजत अखिलक्षेत्री जननी पृथ्वी कामरुकास्ते जननी पृथ्वी कामरुकास्ते जनको देवः सकल दयालु जनको देवः सकल दयालु दाम्यतदत्र दयत्वं जनता दाम्यतदत्र दयत्वं जनता श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां.
Thank you. Now we have the lightning of lamp by our esteemed guest of the day. Professor R. Chandramouli who have been 3 decades of experience in academics. He have completed PhD from the National Institute of Technology. He was an associate dean for the research in SASTRA University and has guided many research scholars. Now, with all due respect, I invite Professor R. Chandramouli, Registrar of SASTRA University, for the welcome address.
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Sarigama Padaniratantam Veena Sankranta Kanta Hastantam Shantam Madula Swantam Kucha Bharatantam Namami Shivakantam. Namasadase. Sangeetam, a very traditional, ancient art and science of India in our own rights, has been an integral part of our daily life, especially the spiritual life of every person in this country, in this holy country. Our age-old Indian tradition consists music, or otherwise called Sangeetam, as an emergence from the 4 Vedas, as rightly pointed out by the compeer in the introductory speech. It is said that the music originated from the Samaveda. In fact, music itself is considered as the fifth Veda, Panchama Veda. And as pointed out by the compeer in the beginning, in the ancient times, music was of different genre. For example, the Marga Sangeetam originated as a pure spiritual offering to the gods during rituals and so on. And it also served as a means, of practicing towards liberation of the soul. Whereas the Desi music is considered rather, you know, mundane form of music such as folklore, etc. In fact, Saint Tyagaraja himself has emphasized the fact that Sangeetam, or the fundamental concept of our Indian music, especially the seven notes of Sangeetam, originated from the Lord himself. In his Kriti, Nada Tanumanisham, he summarizes this fact. Sadyo Jatadi Pancha Vaktraja Sarigama Padani Vara Saptaswara Vidya Lolam Sama Veda Saram Nada Tanum Shankaram Namami Anisham. I have just jumbled I have taken the liberty of, I'm sorry for that, just to convey the essence of Tyagaraja's emphatic point that the Saptaswaras origin is the God itself, God himself. One of the important contributions of our Indian system of thought to the world is the notes of the octaves, 7 octaves. According to one of the great doyens of, one of the great musicologists, Rangaramanuja Iyengar, you can find that in his book, History of South Indian Music. Sangeetam is also said to be a blend of three, namely Geetam, Vadyam, and Nrityam, as captured in this part of the sloka. Geetam, Vadyam, Tatha, Nrityam, Trayaha, Sangeetam Uchyate. That means it's a blend of, it's not purely, vocal music or instrumental music. It's a combination of the vocal or instrumental music as well as along with the vadya and also the nritya, that is the dance part, is also a part of the Sangeetam. In fact, Sangeetam is considered as the very Samaveda, and it is, you can find in scriptures that mention that the Lord himself, Pitamaha himself, extracted the music from the Samaveda and had given it to the world. The 7 notes of our Indian system of music, which form the foundation, for our Sangeetam. In fact, it by itself is a system of science as well as an art. The 7 notes are the fundamental basis on which the entire Sangeetam, the concept is built as well as developed into the modern system of music after undergoing a lot of mutations. Traditionally, this Samaganam, the musical recitation of Samaveda, used to be a part of Vedic rituals in those days. For example, in the conduct of yajnas, which went on for days together. So during every session of the yajna, Samavedis were invited and they had a role, important role of singing the hymns of Samaved. It formed an important part of the yajna itself. So the 7 notes in Naradiya Siksha, you can find that there is an analogy between the fundamental 7 notes of Sangeetam with the sounds of birds and animals. For example, in this sloka, I will not recite the entire sloka. Shajjam vaditi mayuraha. It goes like that. For want of time, for saving time, I will avoid reading out the entire sloka. So it goes that the mayura, okay, the mail, okay. The sound of mayura is shadjam or analogous to shadjam and so on. So from this we can understand that Sangeetam is after all a natural process, or probably by observing the nature intensely, probably mankind has developed the art and science of Sangeetam to what it is today. In fact, Sangeetam, our Sangeetam, is claimed to serve a very important purpose of, attainment of liberation through intense practice and with deep devotion. So that is speciality of our Sangeetam, and that is what is known as Nadopasana. And great people like Tyagaraja, Shyama Sastri, Dichadar, and so on, they have practiced Nadopasana, and we have the examples and witness for this. So Nadopasana, in fact, is also, I could say, a kind of DHARA Vidya, as mentioned by Rangaramanuja Iyengar in his book. It can be equated to DHARA Vidya, which is because it is said that the Nadam originates from the Anahata. So by concentrating on the Dharakasha, one can, through Nadam, one can attain liberation and become one with God. So we Indians, in fact, believe that the practice of Nada Yoga itself is a very important part of everyday ritual, everyday in functions. It's become a part and parcel of everyday life. And we claim that Sangeetam itself is a moksha sadhakam. And I emphasize on that because we have so many examples in front of us. And there are quotations, for example, in Bharatamuni's Natya Shastra, quotations referring to the practice of Sangeetam as something very equivalent to the recitation of Vedas, that, or it may be even superior to other spiritual practices, like taking holy dip in the rivers and so on. So it is very heartening to note that our Ministry of Education has taken note of the importance of our age-old traditional art or science, and art as well as science, Sangeetam, music and Natyam, and has been trying to give the importance that it deserves in the form of organizing such events. In fact, the Ministry of Education is involved in such a yeoman service. They are trying to showcase to the entire world the traditional knowledge, the ancient knowledge system which has been lying hidden all these years, by bringing out the essence of such knowledge, and by bringing out a focus and bringing a perspective to such ancient knowledge through the contemporary science. They are doing a wonderful job as a part of their efforts to bring out our ancient treasure, knowledge treasure to the world. They are also organizing this event in SASTRA, and SASTRA is very honored to facilitate this event. And as a part of this welcome talk, I take great pleasure in welcoming the National Coordinator, Professor Ganti Murthy, National Coordinator IKS. He is also a Professor of Bioscience and Biomedical Engineering at IIT Indore. He has been actively involved in this organizing IKS events. I welcome Professor Anuradha, who is also a coordinator of IKS. I am honored and humbled to welcome the chief guest of today's inaugural function, Dr. Padma Subramaniam. Welcome, madam. Dr. Padma Subramaniam is not new to us. We have been associating for quite a long time in terms of academic collaborations. I am also delighted to welcome Professor Srinivasan Iyer. Finally, I welcome one and all for this two-day event, which will be an intellectual feast to all of you. I'm sure every one of you will get enlightened about the Sangeetam, music, art, dance in these 2 days. I welcome once again all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sri Srinivasa Iyer, adjudicating officer for more than 1,000 cultural centers to the Ministry of Culture in Tanjavur. He is here to introduce the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav program. With all respect, I welcome you, sir. Before that, I invite Registrar to felicitate Srinivasa Iyer, sir.
Good morning to all. I am representing on behalf of Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and welcoming you all for this DHARA Sangeetha Natya Parampara being celebrated at this esteemed SASTRA University. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, otherwise called AKAM, is an initiative of the Government of India to celebrate and commemorate 75 years of independence and the glorious history of its people, culture, and achievements. The official journey of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav commenced on 12th March 2021. We started a 75-week countdown to our 75th anniversary of independence and will end post a year on 15th August 2023. ACAM has 5 pillars, namely freedom struggle, ideas at 75, achievements at 75, actions at 75, and results at 75. The Ministry of Culture, Government of India is the nodal agency for conducting ACAM events. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is being celebrated in the spirit of Jan Bhagiradari, seeks to showcase country's achievements of the 75 years of India's independence to the world, and also give a framework for results for the next 25 years. A large number of initiatives, both within and abroad, have been taken up under this campaign. More than 150,000 events have been organized under ACAM, including several mega events such as Har Ghar Tiranga, Kalanjali, installation of statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, 400th Prakash Parv of Sri Guru Tej Bahadur Singh, 125th birth anniversary of freedom fighter Alluri Sitarama Raju in Bhimavaram, 105th birth anniversary of Maharishi Aurobindo, Rabindranath Tagore Jayanti, 250th birth anniversary of Sri Rajaram Mohan Rai, Hyderabad Liberation Day, Puducherry Liberation Day, Petade Pondicherry, Kasi Sangamam, and Vande Bharatam Nrityotsav. The DHARA event on Sangeetha and Natya Parampara is being organized by IKS Division, Ministry of Education, and ACAM Division of Ministry of Culture. This DHARA event is also coincide with the Music Celebration Festival taking place in Tamil Nadu during this Margazhi month. This conference will involve the drafting of a vision document for Sangeetha and Natya Parampara 2047 and cultural activities to popularize this knowledge from ancient to modern times. Thanking you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव का प्रारंभ हो रहा है।
Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is an initiative to highlight the glorious history, culture, and achievements of our country in the last 75 years since independence. Amrit Mahotsav was initiated to commemorate the 75th year of the country's independence, and since March 2021, the country has been celebrating this festival with great enthusiasm and fervor. The entire program is based on the 5 pillars of freedom struggle, ideas at 75, Actions at 75, achievements at 75, resolve at 75. The Dandi Yatra was a watershed movement in the freedom struggle of the country that ignited the spirit and energy of the countrymen to act against the British and reclaim freedom. Hence, Gujarat was chosen as the place to establish and commence the grand celebratory movement of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Multiple programs were organized under the aegis of Amrit Mahotsav to celebrate the spirit of independent India, tribute to Mangal Pandey, unfurling of the Indian flag by INA at Moirang, Manipur, book launch on women freedom fighters, Lord Birsa Munda Jayanti as Tribal Pride Day, cultural program in memory of Khudiram Bose, inauguration of renovated complex of Jallianwala Bagh Memorial, drone show on Indian freedom struggle icons, unveiling of Netaji's hologram statue on his 125th birth anniversary. More than 2 crore citizens participated in the Rashtragan campaign. A cultural program showcasing the diversity of Northeast India's tribal dances was conducted in the village of Razazo in Nagaland. With Kashi Utsav, the world got a never-before peep into the rich cultural and literary heritage of Banaras. A campaign #Postcards to PM was initiated where school children from across the country wrote messages to the Prime Minister sharing their dream and vision for the India of their future. To mark the International Day of Yoga, programs were conducted at 75 places across the country to promote the significance of yoga. Vande Bharatam, a grand spectacle of dance, was organized and its winners got a chance to showcase their talent at the Republic Day Parade 2022. To promote the spirit of Jan Bhagidari, events like installation of 225 feet national flag in Ladakh, Desh Bhakti Geet writing, Rangoli making and Lori writing competitions were initiated for people to come forward and contribute in large numbers. To paint the sky with the colors of Amrit Mahotsav, the festival of Umang Udan Utsav was initiated where more than 3 crores kites were flown. With the launch of Gati Shakti Yojana, under which 75 programs were initiated, 75,000 people received the keys to their dream homes. To reflect upon and celebrate the life-giving and saving aspect of the rivers of our country, Nadi Utsav was conceived. The enthusiasm displayed in global celebrations of Amrit Mahotsav through Jan Bhagidari is a reflection of the commitment people have towards this grand vision. As we move closer to celebrate 75 years of India's independence, we look forward to take the message of Amrit Mahotsav to the farthest corners of the world.
आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव हमें आजादी की जंग की स्मृतियों को जीने का अवसर देता है।
Thank you, sir. Professor Gatti S. Murthy, National Coordinator for the IKS Division and Professor at IIT Indo. He is a disciple of Bioscience and Biomedical Engineering. Before coming to IIT Indo, he was tenured as a full-time professor at the Biological and Ecological Engineering Department at the Oregon State University, Corvallis, Oregon, USA. He is the co-founder of GRW Engineering LLC, a resource recovery company focusing on recovering fertilizers, metals, and organics from the landfill leachate. Now, I respectfully welcome Professor Gandhi S. Murthy, National Coordinator of the IKS Division and Professor at IIT Indo for the Presidential Address. Before that, I invite Registrar to felicitate us. Over to you, sir.
Matrubhyo namaha, Pitrubhyo namaha, Gurubhyo namaha, Sabhayi namaha, Sabhavatibhyasya namo namaha. A very good morning to all of you. And thank you so much for coming to this DHARA event on Sangeetha and Natya Shastra. I'll just give you a little bit of a background about what this IKS division is, Indian Knowledge Systems Division is of the Ministry of Education. Then we'll get into a little bit of what DHARA is. I'll just take 5 minutes of that so that you are aware, especially for my young friends here. The Indian Knowledge Systems Division is a division of the Ministry of Education that was established to promote interdisciplinary research and preservation of Indian knowledge systems with an eye towards societal application, solving current societal problems. So if you look at what makes Indian knowledge systems unique in the sense of what is it that it makes it Indian? Because knowledge systems exist everywhere, right? I can say chemistry. If I say Indian chemistry, there must be something unique about that chemistry that is different from chemistry, right? So when you look at it, Bharati Jnana Parampara essentially has 3 things. One, first thing is parampara. We have an unbroken tradition of several millennia of this tradition that has been passed on from guru-shishya paramparas. So that is one thing. A second thing is that this provides you a very unique drishti. So the idea is it provides you a very unique perspective to look at the problems that are there. Even like if you want to look at water conservation, for example, if you want to look at sustainable agriculture, or if you want to look at the creation of new materials using metallurgical approaches, what Bharati Jnana Parampara will give you is a unique perspective as to how to address these things, some of these challenges. So that is where essentially the value of this Bharati Jnana Parampara exists. And then third one is this Bharati Jnana Parampara is not something that was there in the past and something that is limited to the libraries. Right now it is, but we need to bring it to the laboratories because it has a lot of Laukika Prayojana as well. Adhyatmika Prayojana is there. It elevates us spiritually. But there is also this Laukika Prayojana of this Bharati Jnana Parampara. There is a lot of this Indian knowledge systems that you can use to, for example, as I said, to address some of the challenges. How do we feed 10 billion people? If you are going to depend on chemical fertilizers, then it is not going to be sufficient because we are already running out of phosphorus. It's only another 30 years that we may run out of phosphorus because unlike nitrogen fertilizers, which you can make from environment because there is so much nitrogen, if you have access to energy, you can make as much urea as you want. But phosphorus is a mined resource like coal, and we are running out of that. So how do we really come up with some kind of a sustainable agriculture platform that actually can feed 10 billion people? There are many methods in Bharati Jnana Parampara that you can look at. Creation of new materials. That is another area that you can look at. And also, looking at how do you really solve some of the, not just the physical problems, but also some of the problems like anxiety that many youth are facing these days. Bharati Jnana Parampara provides you unique perspectives in all of that. At Indian Knowledge Systems Division, we have several programs, and I will just talk about 3 programs considering the audience here. The first one is that for undergrad students, we have internship programs where you can do internships. These are paid internships for about 2 months to 6 months with expert mentors, and we'll give you certificates also from the Ministry of Education for your internship. So these are paid internships, and you can, if you are curious about what to do in Indian knowledge systems, this is a way to look into. And the applications will be open in April or so that you can do that in May and June during your summer vacations. And for individual faculty members who are really into research, we offer basically a lot of research programs. And for example, one of the areas that we had last time was developing new sociological models, and for developing that from a Bharatiya perspective, from an emic perspective. And then we were looking at sustainable agriculture, we were looking at metallurgy, archaeoastronomy, archaeology, Shilpa Shastra, so many areas of health, wellness, and consciousness studies. All of these things are something that you can apply your research proposals to. And the unique thing about that is you can write it in Bharatiya Bhashas. So you can write a proposal. Perhaps we are the only division which will accept a proposal in any of the 22 languages of Bharat 8th schedule. So you can write it in Tamil, Telugu, Marathi, and will actually consider it on par with any other proposal written in English. And language is not a barrier for us. And even in the internship programs, the reports must be written in Bharatiya Bhashas. Why is that so? That is because Bharatiya Jnana Parampara exists in Bharatiya Bhashas, and it is expressed through our culture. That brings me to this event that we are doing about DHARA with the Ministry of Culture. So you see, Ministry of Education is working with Ministry of Culture because we believe and we see that education and culture you cannot really separate. And where can you see that more effectively than in Sangeetha and Natya Parampara? If you look at it, so vai sahas is Veda, and then from that it's all about Rasanabhuti. And coming from that, this Dhara event is essentially focused on Sangeetha and Natya Parampara. But the thing is, this is a part of a series of conferences. The first one was about India's contribution to mathematics, which we did in February. And then we did another Dhara event focused on how do we integrate culture into education thing. Because, and then we did one on Ayurveda, focused on Ayurveda. Then we did on martial arts, because India is not just the mother of all democracies, it is also the mother of all martial arts, Kalari Payattu. So we had a very good event in Thiruvananthapuram, where we brought martial artists from all over the country, from Punjab, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, everybody came in, and then we had very good performances and brainstorming sessions. So the idea is, if we want to look at how this field should be thriving in another 25 years, essentially in 2047, by the time we are celebrating 100 years of independence from the Britishers, it is important for us to have a roadmap. Because if we don't have a plan, anything goes. And we want to have a plan at least so that we can see how to implement that. These Dhara events are essentially focused around that. How do we plan? For example, if I want to see Ayurveda thrive in 2047, what are the kind of things I should be doing? If I want to see, for example, the Bharatiya martial arts, Ayudha Kala, prosper in India, what does that look like? Similarly, then we did another event in Odisha during the Bali Yatra, because Bali Yatra, as you may know, Bali refers to Indonesia. There's that island there in Bali. They used to go from Odisha to Bali, and we had a strong maritime traditions, not just on the east coast, but also on the west coast. And so we wanted to celebrate that and identify that, because if you look at the prosperity of India, it's intimately connected to our maritime traditions. The moment we started turning our backs to the ocean, the economic prosperity started to go down. So that happened around 14th, 15th century. Until then, we had Cholas. I mean, we are in the era where Ponni Selvan, that movie and all that, right? I mean, and Chola, the Chola country essentially. He went and did anti-piracy operations in Indonesia and went all the way up to Cambodia Desha. And then did you know that Narasimhavarman, a Pallava king, was actually from Cambodia? He was a third generation person who went from India and then came back. And you can see that in Kanchi's Varadaraj Swami temple. You can see those on murals. So we have a long standing traditions of maritime culture. And the thing is, India provides an alternative model of development. Unlike other countries where they will push you into debt, our country is about shared prosperity. Sarvajana, Sarvodaya essentially. Sarvajana Kalyana. And because of that, that essentially was the maritime traditions. And then this one is essentially focused on Sangeetha and Natya Parampara. We'll hear a lot about that in the next 2 days, so I'm not going to touch too much upon it. But the idea is, how do we bring and make our Sangeetha and Natya Paramparas thrive in 2047? So for that, there are two aspects. One aspect is we have doyens of Sangeetha and Natya Shastra sitting in this room here, and they will perform. But for an artist, Kalidasa says, right? Arisakeshu kavitvam sirasi malika malika malika. He says, give me whatever is they write, whatever is in my fate. I'm fine with it. But don't write the misfortune of performing or reciting my Sangeet of Kavya before a Arasika, somebody who does not understand Kavitva. So it is important for all your artists to have an audience that appreciates what you're doing. So this part of this one is also about looking at not just making people on the stage, but also about a Rasika audience that actually goes down and appreciates what the Sangeetha and Natya Parampara is. Because I cannot sing, but I can definitely appreciate what a good Carnatic Sangeet concert is. So that is one of the other objectives of this. Therefore, what does that mean? We need to then, what that means is we need to be thinking about training our students and sensitizing them. So Indian Knowledge Systems Division has again started another initiative called Kalashala. What is this Kalashala? Again, this Kalashala is essentially a Ministry of Culture has a lot of artists who are paid fellowships and things like that. So the idea is to bring them to a school for 1 month, and they will be conducting classes. So every class, let's say we are conducting 2 classes every week. So in a month, a 6th standard student will have 8 classes of that particular art. So the idea is every month this art form will be changing. One month it may be Bharatanatyam, 1 month it may be Manipuri dance, another month it may be about Kathak or basically Kuchipudi or Carnatic music or Hindustani, all those things. And Loka Parampara as well. So when you have all that, students will be sensitized and they will pick up some things that they will like. Because that is the whole idea of our Bharat, right? Diversity. Why do we see all this diversity parampara in Bharat? Is because we know that people are different and they will enjoy different things. And some people may enjoy Purandara Das Kriti, some may enjoy Tyagaraja Kritis, or some may enjoy the scholarly work of or Shyama Sastri or Muthuswami Dikshita. I mean, the Sanskritam there is very tough. Tyagaraja Swami is very simple in his way how he presents it. So things are very different. And then, so that is what the focus of this DHARA event is. And then we'll also be doing one on Rasayana Shastra in IIT BHU in February. And then we'll be following that up with a Dhatu Shastra. So metallurgical traditions of Central India or something that are very, very well known. So we'll be doing that as well. Finally, during the Vaishakhi, basically across India, especially in the northern part of our country, we celebrate harvest festivals. Like we celebrate Pongal here in January, there it is Vaishakhi. So we are going to do one on Krishi Paramparas in April, probably in Assam also. So the idea is, you can see, it has a gamut of different topics that we are trying to look into, then come up with different plans for all that and see how that thing, each area will thrive. So this is essentially what this idea of this DHARA series is. And then the whole idea is to make sure that our youth get interested in a lot of these areas. And it's not just about spirituality, it's also about Laukika Prayojana. There is a lot of these things, and it is beautifully our Ishavasya Upanishad says, Ishavasya Vidam Sarvam Yatkincha Jagatyam Jagat Tena Tyaktena Vunjita Magrudha Kasvasiddhanam. Essentially, we see divinity in every little bit of the creation. And that essentially is the unique drishti that the Bharati Jnana Parampara shows. And then where else do you see that other than the Chidambareshwara and the Nataraja? Just you cannot separate dance and the dancer, so can you not separate the creator and the creation. And therefore, everything is sacred for us. So there is no difference between sacred and secular. And so that is why our Chandramouli ji was saying that you actually use Sangeeta Nadopasana to achieve the 4th Purushartha as well. And I think as we move towards that, it elevates us spiritually. And basically, this is also something that is going to be a solution for a lot of new world problems that a lot of our youth are facing. And I think this is something that we can deliberate and then come up with a plan for next 25 years. And I hope we'll do that in the next 2 days. And with that hope and best wishes to all of the participants, and my gratefulness to all the invited speakers who have come from different places at the short notice, I would like to take leave. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Padma Subramaniam, The legendary Bharatanatyam dancer is a rare combination of dancer, research scholar, choreographer, music composer, and musician, teacher, author, and Indologist. She is now director of Nrityodaya, the dance school founded in 1942 by her father in Chennai. She grew up in an environment where both her parents were artistically inclined. She has given innumerable performances in concerts conducted by her guru, her schools in India, and toured abroad extensively during the past 3 decades. She has many awards and honors to her credit, including Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, Sangeetha Nadaga Academy Award, Kalai Mamani Award from Government of Tamil Nadu, Kalidas Samman from Government of Madhya Pradesh, Nada Brahmam from Narada Gana Sabha in Chennai. She also received the prestigious Fukuoka Asian Cultural Prize from Japan for her contribution to development and harmony in Asia. She has served as a non-official member of the Indo Subcommission for Education and Culture. This multifaceted and multi-talented artist enchants viewers with her perfect gestures, timing, expression, and original ideas. With all due respect, I humbly invite you for the inaugural address, ma'am. I invite Srinivas Iyer, sir, for felicitate, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Sadgurubhyo Namaha. Respected Dr. Ganti, Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary, Sri Srinivasan, Professor Chandramouli, all the scholars who have assembled here for this very important event, all the students, the staff of SASTRA University, and friends. I feel highly honored that I've been asked to inaugurate this very meaningful, I would rather call it historical event. We are celebrating 75 years of our Swatantra, and our most revered Prime Minister, Shri Modi ji, is a visionary. We have heard of 5-year plans, but here you find a Prime Minister who's planning for the next 25 years. Give him a big hand. What a visionary he is. And I instead of saying congratulations, I say, on behalf of all the artists and people who are really interested in Bharatiya culture, thank Ministry of Education and Culture for organizing such events. We are assembled here for a very serious thought-provoking discussion on, I would rather think, two important things. One is protection of our culture. Next 25 years, how are we going to protect our traditional values? Number one. And how are we going to manage to encourage creativity without loss of traditional values? Both are equally important. And in these days of technological progress, how can our arts get benefit through technological advances? How are we going to make use of technology for, as I said, preservation and propagation of certain values? When I say values, I have to definitely underline traditional values. And these are values which exist in time and in timelessness. They are very special values. They are aesthetic values and they are spiritual values. And the Bharatiya culture is something which is completely spiritual, basically spiritual. There's, as both the speakers pointed out, there is no difference between secular and sacred in India. Everything is sacred. You are sacred, I am sacred, because we are part of one. And that one is only, we say in different languages, in different ways, that Param, that Parabrahma, that God, whatever it is. And there is no difference between the between the creation and the creator. This is the basic philosophy of even art. It is important for every artist to realize that when you are a composer or a choreographer or a poet, always remember it is not that individual, but it is something more than that. It is just not your intellect, but it is your soul, which is nothing but part of that whole. We believe in three Shaktis: Icha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, and Kriya Shakti. The three are interconnected. Icha is also important. Don't think, my dear youngsters here, desire is not wrong, but what you should have is right desire. That's why you have dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Dharma is number one. If your kama is based on dharma, and if your artha is based on dharma, moksha is automatically, there is, the visa is already given for that world. Even in Tamil, what do we say? Aram, Porul, Inbam, Vida. Aram is number one. Dharma is number one. So all our arts are, rather all the arts have been developed with a specific goal. And a common goal, mind you, whether it's a Nagaland folk dancer, a tribal dancer, or a Bharatanatyam dancer, the ultimate goal is only one. And that goal is moksha, to be one with that divine. To enable one to evolve from human level to divine level, Bharatiya arts have been developed. So it is just not for somebody to clap. In fact, in Bharatiya culture, it's very strange. Clapping hands, this kind of applaud, is not part of Indian culture. If you see old dramas in Sanskrit, even in Tamil, they won't say the audience are clapping hands. They'll say aha. They'll say oh. In North India, they'll say wah wah. Doesn't mean wah wah. There you limit yourself to the linguistic communication. But That aha or va comes from the soul of the rasika. It is just not from your tongue. It is not even from your brain. It is from your soul. That is why the word rasa has a very special connotation in Indian aesthetics. It's the ultimate. Rasa is the ultimate. Whether, I mean, I don't want to go into the details of whether it is 8 rasa or 9 rasa, when it became 9, because it was only analyzed as 8 in Natya Shastra times, and later in Tolkapyam also you have only 8 Shuvai, but another rasa, the Shanta rasa, was introduced later and validated. Don't think it was not validated. People like greatest philosophers like Abhinav Gupta of Kashmir, who lived about 1,000 years ago, validated Shantarasa. And why that Shantarasa is validated, don't think it was not mentioned in Natya Shastra. It was mentioned in some of the editions of Natya Shastra. Shanta is included, but not in all the editions. But Shanta is what you ultimately want in life. All our Vedic recitations, you would have heard, my dear youngsters here, we end as Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. We want that Shanti in the world. You don't want to be always fighting. That is why India is trying its best not to fight with Pakistan, though it is giving us a lot of trouble, irritating everybody. We are known for forbearance, because ours is the only bhumi that is called karma bhumi and punya bhumi. Bharata punya bhumi. No other part of the earth is called punya bhumi. This is alone called punya bhumi because I'm reminded of a definition or a description given by no less than Bhagwan Puttaparthi Baba for the word Bharat. He says it is made up of bijaksharas. Bha is Brahma bijakshara. It's a seed akshara for infinity or Parabrahman. Rata is one who revels in the meditation of that Parabrahman. So, Bharat means it is a Punya Bhumi where there is a purpose for living and just not eating and multiplying your own tribe, but there is something more than that, where a human being is evolved to become a divine being. Everybody cannot become Kanchi Mahaswami, but at least we can develop a mind to respect that divinity. And how do we do that? All our arts are ladders. They are given as ladders to climb over that ladder to understand a greater level in life. But it is very interesting, all our arts, whether it is folk art or classical art, we have grades, like you have in education. Can you ask a kindergarten child to write the examination for master's degree? It is all very gradual. That is why it is graded. Arts are also like that. And the present generation must understand you have to blossom into artists. You are students, but it takes time. And what can make you an artist is only sadhana. Nothing in the world is possible without hard work. And 3 years, almost 3 years of this pandemic sitting at home has made us all lazy. No work in the office. I'm told many children failed in their examination in high school because they forgot to write fast. They lost that habit of writing. Man has become so dependent on machine. Machine has progressed in the 20th century and man has regressed. And one major reason for this is not understanding artistic values. And that too, artistic values of the Orient. Orient versus Occident, that will always be there because Asian culture is spiritual culture. And the Western culture is material culture. There is ocean of a difference. You can say fusion and all that confusion will be there. It is okay at political level, you can make gimmicks. You can have a raga, ask Nadaswaram to play along with another Western jazz musician. Okay, it is okay for 10 minutes or maximum half an hour, maybe one evening, after which you get headache. You come out and have headache. There is something called validation of your own culture. You must have that self-respect, my dear youngsters. A common self-respect is the need for India today. We have to respect our own tradition. We have to respect our own language, as he rightly pointed out, our own mother tongue. It will take another 100 years, sir, to wipe. We don't have to wipe English. English has become an Indian language now. It is accepted. Even abroad, they say, oh, this is Indian English. Yes, it is Indian English. There is an American English. There is a UK English. If you speak the English from, the West, UK English, the American will say, oh, you speak the king's language or the queen's language. I once said, it is a queen now, not king. This was when Queen Elizabeth was alive. So these are all different, not languages, but different modes of expression, maybe different prakrits of the same Sanskrit, which binds all the prakrits. Samskrita has been the lingua franca of not only the presently known geographic land that is Bharat, but it had been the lingua franca for the whole of Asia. In what language did the Chinese travelers come and speak? They interacted with local people. How did they do it? And in Brunei, there was a Sanskrit university. Chinese scholars like Fahian, they all studied there and then came here. And how did our Bodhidhamma from Kanchipuram went to Japan, who founded the Zen Buddhism? Zen is nothing but Dhyanam. It's a wrong pronunciation of Dhyanam. That becomes Zen in Japanese. In what language did they interact? 80% of Cambodian language is Sanskrit. You speak in Sanskrit, even in Indonesia, which is 90% Islamic today. You know how they start the speech? Om Swasti Astu. Every minister in Indonesia will only greet like that, Om Swasti Astu. And when they complete, like how we will say Tamil Varga or Jai Hind, whatever it is, they'll say Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. This is the Indonesian culture. They have not changed. Only we have changed. And Ramayana is the, I would say, the very emblem of Indonesia. Everything is Rama. Every performing art is connected to Rama. The puppet show is Ramayana. The leather puppet show is Ramayana. The dance is Ramayana. And you know, my dear friends, in Indonesia, as I said, it is almost an Islamic country. Every night in the year, there is a Ramayana performance in Prambanan temple. Temple is not live temple, but the Ramayana with 150 dancers happens every night, and it's a big tourist attraction for them. For whatever it is, Ramayana is preserved there. And when I went there, they're asking, do you also have Ayodhya in your country? எங்க தலையில அடிச்சுக்கிறது? Because their joke Jakarta is Ayodhya. And they think Rama was born there. Yogyakarta, now it is called Yogyakarta. And Rama dynasty is still there in Thailand. It's called Rama. Kings are all called Rama. And there is another Ayodhya there. And here we fight. Why are we fighting? It is sad. We don't have that self-respect. Turn back and see our history. The Britishers made us think, not us. We are, I think, more enlightened. Aren't you, my dear youngsters here? You are more enlightened. Your belief in our tradition is certain. And according to our Puranas are just not mythical stories. As said in one of the books, Puranas are nothing but a bundle of mythological stories worthy of no credence. On contrary, it's the Puranas which give you the genealogy of Indian kings. Right from the days of Mahabharata, you have all the dynasties enlisted there with proper timing. And why I talk about Mahabharata and Ramayana, these two epics are the main subject of our performing arts from Himalayas to Cape and more in the Southeast Asia. Whether it is classical, whether it is Kathakali, or whether it is just a tribal folk dance, or the folk drama. You normally call it Terukuthu, but it is called Terukuthu by only people who don't practice the Kuthu. Otherwise, it's only called Mahabharata Kuthu or the Bharata Kuthu, or just Kuthu, which means in Tamil, theatre art. See, there is an extraordinary connection when we think of our performing arts 25 years ago. What we have to remember and develop is a national outlook. You don't have to say, I don't like the phrase creating national integration. That sounds as though you're bringing something which is not connected, creating something, just a artificial connection of few things. No, I would rather put it as creating an awareness about national integration, which is immanent for thousands of years. This is what our artists must understand. If there is in Tamil, if you have the word Isai for music, it's a classical Tamil word for music. My dear youngsters, you will be surprised to know, in Manipuri language, the word for music is Isai. How do you get this connection? Where do you get this connection? When 1,000 years ago, our own Rajaraja Chola was building Tanjavur temple, we are so proud of it. We are so proud of it not only because UNESCO has recognized it. Well, that is one thing apart. It is a temple where the archaeological department coexists with the puja facilities that are there. It is still a living temple. I want every monument of ours to become living temples. Why don't you accept that? To be recognized by UNESCO as a monument is one thing. Tamil கிராமத்துலேருந்து வரவன் வந்து he will go to the museum and call it Setta College. And go to the zoo and he'll call it Uyir College. So college is a common term. For him, whether it is zoo or museum, it is same. It's the same college. Uyir College means where animals are still living. Setta College means where the sculptures are there with no puja. I want all my monuments to become living temples. This has to be our zeal. This has to be our goal. Make it all a living place. Go perform in Mahabalipuram. So what if there is no puja there? Your performance itself is a puja, according to our Shastras. You pray through your dance, through your music. It's part of worship. It's part of Shodashopachara. 16 protocols that Agama Shastras have prescribed. Natyam Darshayami. That is why we have started the Natyanjali in different temples, and we have been very successful in that. And after about nearly 15 temples have revived the Natyanjali tradition, well, my institution, Nrityodaya, has been very, very close to this concept, and we have been, in fact, coordinating this. Only yesterday I came to know that Tamil Nadu government, HRNC, also has decided to have Natyanjali in 5 temples. Give them a big hand. Better late than never. So, music and dance are sacred in our culture. What is not sacred? Life is sacred, and lifestyle is sacred. If your mother is a refined lady, then she will teach the child not to trample on a 1 rupee note, even if it is stone, because it is not the monetary value, but because it is Mahalakshmi. The value is different. And even a torn piece of newspaper cannot be trampled on by a child. Then the mother will say, it is Saraswati. On Aksharas, you can't put your foot. This guru-shishya parampara is another very important thing. Whether you study in the college or wherever it is, I remember Professor Asa Jnana Sambandam, a doyen in the field of Tamil literature. Once he addressed our Natikala conference and said, the only place, only field where the teacher's feet are touched and propitiated is your dance field. I'm told that in America, the professor is addressed by name, first name, not even Mr. Hi, that high culture. I remember that Namaste culture is going away in India. Even here, you've started saying hi to your teacher. Very sad. This has to be curbed. In no other words, even Kabir has said in one of his dohas, if you are asked, who is your first preference to do namaskaram? If God and Guru are there, he says Guru. Because it's the Guru who shows you who God is. So Guru's importance is something very special that Bharatiya culture has taught us. And this Guru Bhakti is something which is still there in the field of dance. Sir, I can promise you it is there. You will be surprised to know, even among the cinema dancers, the group dancers who come to practice cinema dance, when it is being choreographed, will first touch the floor and do the namaskaram to Bhuma Devi. And this is common all over India, whether you are a tribal art. I mean, think of Kalaripait, they'll first touch Bhuma Devi and do namaskaram. That has to be cultivated. If Tatti Kumbudal with Bhuma Devi's awareness is there all over India, we win the case. Bharatiya culture will be definitely protected. And I'm very happy that ICCR has started a new project competition for Indian dance, Indian classical dance, for those NRIs who are settled abroad, and also those who are foreigners. And they had a very nice competition recently. And those who won came to Chennai and performed yesterday. And our Bharata Elango Foundation for Asian Culture collaborated with ICCR. But unfortunately, the crowd was very small. Those young artists definitely deserve notice of larger crowds. I only wish if Ministry of Culture can plan these festivals little earlier, then, good things will reach a lot more people. This is my only request to the ministry. Sir, go and tell them. You're here representing Ministry of Culture, and I'm particularly happy. No, that is external affairs. All ministries are like that. So if you can tell Ministry of Culture to coordinate with Ministry of External Affairs and organize these festivals a little ahead so that there is enough time. Chennai is having such a big cultural festival now. And we could have easily given space for these youngsters who came from 5 countries. And I tell you, their standard was so high. One Nadaswaram player from Malaysia. That's the last thing that I expected. One extraordinary Hindustani musician from Sri Lanka, a Sinhalese, who sang brilliantly. When I saw and heard them, I said there is no dearth for talent and Bharatiya culture is protected already. I'm extremely happy that this event is being organized, and I'm sure the inputs of great scholars here and artists is going to really be meaningful, and please make a good publication of this and distribute it all over India as a guidebook for the furtherance of our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a vibrant words. Dr. Anuradha Chowdhury is presently the coordinator for the Indian Knowledge System at Division of the Ministry of Education, Government of India at AICTE, New Delhi, and faculty at the Department of Humanities and Social Science, as well as member of Reiki Center for Excellence for the Science of Happiness and Center of Excellence for the Indian Knowledge System at IIT Kharagpur. A multilingual Sanskritist, she works in the area of Indian or yoga psychology, philosophy, and culture, and she's a resource person for the national and international organization. She's a recipient of the Excellent Young Teachers Award at IIT Kharagpur in 2019. With all love and respect, I would like to invite Dr. Anuradha Chowdhury for extending the vote of thanks.
Namaste. It's a humble honor to be able to propose the vote of thanks for such a fantastic inauguration program, which I think will also be very historical as time will tell. After listening to Dr. Padma Subramaniam, it's not enough to say thank you, but literally offer a Shashtanga Pranam, ma'am, to you. Thank you very much. And I do it, I think, on behalf of the nation also in many ways for the vision that you have laid down, for the important points that you have placed here, which we will be deliberating in our midst in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. We also have with us, as I would like to say, a paradoxically weighty, uplifting situation, presence of very eminent scholars and practitioners in our midst. So, and also on the dais with ma'am. So I'd like to offer our heartfelt gratitude to each one of the presenters who have made the time to come despite, as ma'am was saying, this very short notice tendency that we have. But I think we make it possible somehow. This miracle invariably unfolds. And possibly that's what keeps these things going, because we know that the universe will arrange it even at the nth minute. So thank you very much for accepting to be here in our midst, and for accepting to share with us your vast experience in a very short capsule mode, but which we hope will lead the will sow the seeds for a Vatavriksha to grow that will not just cover this land of Bharata, but the lands abroad, and put Bharata back in the true position of a Vishwaguru in the light of the knowledge traditions for which people from all over the world came to this place. So thank you all for being here. I would also like to thank our representative from the Ministry of Culture, Srinivas Ayarji, who kindly accepted to be in our midst. He has a very, very busy schedule. As you know, he's looking after only 1,000 centers. So we hope to add a few more to them, sir, with the success of some of the projects that we are doing. So thank you, and keep blessing us through the ministry's support for even small initiatives that institutes like Shastra and many others in and around the country will undertake. So for that, thank you very much. I mean, being part of the Indian Knowledge Systems Division, it's generally not right to thank your own boss, but Professor Ganti Murthy is an exemplar guide and mentor as a boss of the Indian Knowledge Systems Division at Delhi of the Ministry of Education. I would like to thank you for always encouraging us and giving us the freedom to be able to put up our very best and encourage these works of art. And also to the registrar, Dr. R. Chandramouli, for being in our midst in spite of his various commitments at the Institute. So thank you, sir, and for also sharing your thoughts, not just during the welcome, but also sharing your thoughts about the importance of music and dance in our culture. Thank you for that. This program would not have been possible without the blessings and full support of the Vice Chancellor of this university, Dr. Vice Vaidyanathanji. And sir, I asked him to say a few words. He said, I'm a foot soldier, but I think that's how the greatest leaders make a lot of things possible, by being behind the scene and yet leading by example. So thank you very much for accepting to do this, because he's like one of those gods with many hands. Each one is in something very important of national order. So thank you for that. His team has been fantastic. The chieftain of which has been Srinivasanji here, who is leading from the front again. Then we've got Dr. Vijay Anandji, then also Natarajanji, Tyagarajanji, many of his supporting team who have made this possible. If you're all sitting here, it's because all details have been thought about very carefully. And the executioners have been the volunteers who are from the Gyanavarshini Club of Shastra University. So I request everybody to give them a very, very big hand, because today, if we are thinking of Vision 25, if we are thinking of Vision 25, 2047, it is only going to be possible because of this generation that is sitting in front of us. So I would like to thank all of you, and also to Ranganathanji for looking up, making sure that the stomach is well fed and we are all happy with what is happening. So hospitality team, everybody, the transport, hospitality, media, we have with us 3 other organizations that work very closely. We've got Brihat, that is looking into the documentation of the entire event, and which will help us draft the vision document. So Kavita ji and Lakshmi ji from there. So they will be reaching out to the presenters here to share your thoughts on these. We also have with us the team from Sangam, led by Taposh and Kushit ji. So Kuran ji, so thank you very much for being there. They are documenting all these talks. Will go to the Sangam platforms, which has a listener base of almost 7-8 lakh people, of very serious deliberators on Bharatiya culture. And also Sangam Talks is another platform that you must visit if you want to understand the cutting edge thinking that's happening on these lines in our nation. And we also have Prachyam. Prachyam is a team that is looking into the documentation or by making documentary films. They're brilliant. You should also look them up for the kind of videos that they make on Indian knowledge systems. So these are some of the teams that have been working here. I think I've covered everybody, and none of this is possible without, of course, the blessings of the Almighty, our gurus, without whose, without even their breath, if they don't support us, then nothing can happen. So their grace allows these things to happen. Santosh ji will ensure that all our presentations, today the electronic devata is also very important. So thank you. And of course, our lovely compeer, we've got Krishnaja, who's herself comes from a family that that has patronized Kathakali in her house before it went on to Kalamandalam. So not a mere compeer here. So I think I have the photographers documenting this. So everybody. So in short, thank you very much. And we look forward to your active participation, because this is not just another event. We really want very serious serious inputs to build this vision and the roadmap. So bahut dhanyavada, and look forward to your participation. Thank you very much.
We are excited to have such a diverse group of individuals with us today, and we hope that this conference will serve as a platform for meaningful discussions and exchange of ideas of Sangeetha and Natya Parampara. We look forward for hearing our panelists and to the many insights that they will share with us. We also have cultural program today evening in our SOCOD. We have Sunad and Jugalbandi performance. So I invite you all to witness the same. And let's begin this journey of exploring and celebrating the rich culture heritage of Indian classical music and dance. Thank you. I request all the audience to stay back. Panel discussion will be on philosophy of arts and national integration. The arts have always played a very significant role in bringing people together and fostering a sense of common identity and belonging. From ancient times to the present day, music, dance, and other form of artistic expression have been used to celebrate cultural diversity and to bring people of different backgrounds together. It is my immense pleasure to invite Professor Anuradha Chaudhary, the moderator for today's panel one discussion. I request you now to take over the session. The panelists will be Professor Brihad Gupt, he have joined online, former Professor Delhi and Trustee of NCA, Dr. Chitra, she's an author and historian. Right. Next, we have Dr. Milan, who's a faculty of philosophy, Manipur University. Radha ma'am. Before starting the panel discussion, I request Sri R. Srinivasan, Head, Continuing Education and Extension Program, SASTRA University, to felicitate the panelist and moderator.
I would just like to say that the unside of this Ganesha, it looks like a very small and it's almost insignificant in the sense that it's a Ganesha, but it's a 3D Ganesha, and which has been printed here at SASTRA University. They have a lab for VR and 3D printing. So this is a totally Ganesha. Ganesha. It was done within 24 hours. So the miracle of this place, and we have Krishna Swamiji, who is the head of that, to thank, and his team for this work. So thank you very much. This mic is not right. Okay. So it's so it's an absolute honor again to be moderating this first panel, which is really to set the stage for helping us understand why arts is so important and why should we promote it with the perspective of the vision for Bharat 2047. The name of the first session that we have is Philosophy of Arts and National Integration. There has been a lot that has been said, so I will not take up too much time to try and present the session because I think many of us understand what it is all about. But just 2 words, and then I will hand it over to our first panelist, Professor Bharat, who is waiting online to join us this morning. Just a few words, as we heard Dr. Padma Subramaniam ji say that no matter whether you're in Kashmir or in the south, east or west, there has been a common language that has bound this nation and also taken this culture beyond the frontiers of this nation. The expressions have been diverse, and this diversity has ranged from very classical grammar of the art form to completely spontaneous folk expressions of this art forms. So we've got from, as I said, from a very strict, almost uh, disciplined expressions from the classical side, all the way up to the freedom of expression and subjective creativity at the folk expression levels. And on the other side, we have the diversity of languages, diversity of regional shades and flavors of these art forms of music and dance. And when we talk of music, it's not just the singing, which again has its myriad shades. We also have the musical instruments, and we're going to try and look at all of these in a nutshell, because 2 days is absolutely not doing justice to any of that. And we also recognize that the experts who are here with us are doyens in their fields who've dedicated their entire lifetimes almost. We've got some budding artists who are also part of this, because it was very, very important for us to include their voices and to see their vision for this country's, for the role of arts and culture in the binding of this nation. So, just with these few words, I would like to now invite Professor Bharat Gupta to share his thoughts. The request to each of the panelists is to share what is their vision for 2047 based on their own expertise, and also a roadmap, the challenges that they are facing in that context. Can we have Professor Bharat Gupta? Maybe just before we have him, if we can have a little bit about him, because Professor Bharat Gupta, as you can see, I will not read it out because it will take time. But just in short, he's an absolute master of the Natya Shastra, and also he understands Indian and Greek cultures very well. So it's not just one tradition, but a combination of traditions that he can present to us. So for these few words, Bharatji, I request you to kindly share your vision in about 10 to 12 minutes, so that we can also allow a few minutes at the end, maybe 10 minutes of an audience deliberation and some interaction on these topics. Thank you.
Namaskar to everybody. जटा कलाप गौरी विभूषित वाम नारायण प्रियमनंग मदाबहार वाराणसी पुरपतिम भज विश्वनाथम भज विश्वनाथम. So I began with a Mangalacharan praising Shiva, who is not only the primal, eternal dancer, but who is supposed to be the creator of all that later on forms to be the language of art. Am I audible, please? Or is there a glitch? Hello? Hello, hello. Yes, looks like there is a.
We can hear you, Bharatji.
Hello, hello.
We can hear you, Bharatji. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes,
And did you
yes.
hear all what I said in a 1 or 2 minutes? Or should I begin again?
No, we heard you. Please continue.
So I continue now. After my Mangalacharan, I continue. I start with the subject. The question here is, what is going to be the philosophy of national integration? Now, first of all, in the full tradition, philosophy or discipline or shastra or study of any practice comes later. First of all, you see what is being done in a particular area. For instance, if you have to write a grammar of Sanskrit language, then you see how the language is being spoken and used. If you have to see music, then how it is being played. If it is dance, theatre, etc., then accordingly you see what is there in loka or what is there in lakshya. That is what is being practiced. And then lakshya is described in the Lakshya Grantha, and that all is called a shastra. Now, shastra describes how an art is being practiced. and how people are practicing different arts. So the first thing, before you arrive at a philosophy of art, before you arrive at a theory of art, you see how art is being used in this beautiful land of ours, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Jagannath Puri to Dwarkapuri, and how it has been practiced throughout history. So the first thing that I would make is the observation that art in India is not divided into classical and folk. This is a classification that came into existence in Europe with the German folklorists and analysts, particularly called Walter Baum, who said that there is a folk art and there is a classical art. भारत में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. You take a small tune which is sung in villages, in the fields by ordinary working women, and that tune is rendered to the raga by an expert on a musical instrument or through the voice. So this process has been going on, and also in performing a particular art at a given time in India, the audience does not come from one class. It does not come from the upper class or highly educated or less educated class, or it does not come from a particular caste or a religion or something like that. I'm talking here of arts in general. I'm not talking here of art specific to a temple or art specific to a particular monastery or something. Now, in India, this is the general practice of art ever since art has been practiced. That the audience comes from all sections of society, women and children included. And that art is something which travels from one end of the country to another. The evidence of this was long back discovered in the Natya Shastra itself, where this whole description of the variety of the languages in the country and everything was given. So the important thing is to see that art here is something that inspires and is used by everybody beyond and higher than his or her interest, which belongs to his or her family, religion, region, area, language. So art has been taking here, ever since early times, certain fundamental subjects of concern to humanity. And what are those subjects? They are essentially subjects which promote life according to a philosophy of Purushartha. What is the good thing? What do we live for? We live for dharma. We live for fulfilling our desires through artha, through kama, and we seek a highest happiness. Now, this is essentially the purpose of art as well as the purpose of life. This is the fundamental Indian vision. Mostly, when art is studied now in universities and by bureaucrats who are these days the managers of art, because we don't have princely states or kings or monarchs or other people, we tend to use certain Western notions of art. Art belonging to a minority, art belonging to a religion, art belonging to north or south, east or west. Now, this has not been the practice in India. In a particular language, like Jaydev wrote an Ashtapadi in Sanskrit, but then it was performed all over India in various languages, translated, retranslated, reconstructed, rewritten. This is the essential philosophy of art in India. You take something beautiful, but something which is of the widest possible concern and which has a metaphor and a way of explaining things to which the largest number of people can relate. So to the Radha Krishna story, the largest number of people can relate in terms of romance, shringar, or in terms of pursuit of the divine love. All levels of shringar, or levels of sexual desire, from the physical to the highest. So art in India is not essentially just about social reform. You see, unfortunately, we are falling into this habit, which was started by the Marxists in 20th century, that art is used in order to bring a revolution or a change or give a message or to improve the lives of people. And these days, people are rushing, like dancers are rushing to perform something on Shakti, so that there is there to the women power and things like that. Of course, art has all these social concerns because it is for the well-being of the largest number of people. So it is going to talk about oppression, it's going to talk about injustice, it's going to talk about people behaving rightly or wrongly, but not from a sectarian point of view. It is going to talk about art in the largest perspective, so that it is inclusive and where everybody can find a metaphor to associate that art form with herself or himself. So this is what I have to say briefly. I have only a few minutes to address you, and later on I can take up questions or discuss with my fellow panelists, who are excellent people, so experienced, and that's what I have to say. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you very much, Bharatji, for establishing almost the neutrality, the opportunity to practice art and allow it to be an expression of life. Thank you for that. I would like to next call upon Chitra ji. So, Dr. Chitra Madhavaji is an author and a historian. I'd like to request to please put up her details about her. Yes. It's all up there. I request you to kindly go ahead and share your thoughts in about 10 to 12 minutes. Thank you.
Namaste. A very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank all the organizers for inviting me here this morning. It's a great honor and a pleasure to be here in SASTRA University with all of you. So, how have the arts helped in national integration? How have they? How are they? And how is it going to be? So, as a historian, I'm going back to the remote past. Can I have all the lights so that this PPT will show? Oh, but this is more important than me. Let them take this only. Yes, please. No, because this is important. Uh, Can I start? All right. No, no. You just take this, not me, because this needs to project well. Everything depends on this. All right. And this will become very dull. Okay, so we are now going to Ajanta. As you all know, it's in Maharashtra and it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It was a Buddhist site, and these are all the caves where the Buddhists lived and where they worshipped. This is the river Wagora, and around which into the very very natural rock all these caves were cut in. This dates from as early as the 2nd century BCE down to approximately the 5th century CE. And this is how the caves actually look. And they would look a lot better without the lights, but since the lights are on, you're getting a kind of a hazy picture. So imagine cutting into the hard rock and creating something like this. So you have cave temples even as far north as Bihar, in Maharashtra, in the south, in Karnataka, and in Kerala, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu. So this was a cave temple tradition, a cut-in tradition that was there all over India. And this is the glory of Ajanta. This is how beautiful it looks. And this is how deep the caves have been cut in. The viharas, where the Buddhist monks lived, and the chaityas, where they prayed. Uh, Now, the Ajanta murals, the paintings of Ajanta are world known, and these are called frescoes, where these great artists painted directly on the walls, which had a coating. Can't paint directly on stone, so there would be a coating of plaster on the wall, all organic material, and when the plaster was still wet, they would paint. And the advantage of that, this fresco process was that the paint is wet, the wall is wet, and the paint would get absorbed into the wall, and the paintings would stay on for a very, very long time. So this was among, if you leave the prehistoric paintings in places like Bhimbetka and others, these are among the earliest murals paintings that you have. So all this is in Ajanta. You have all of that. Now I'm taking you all the way to a place called Sigiriya, which is in Sri Lanka, and I don't know why the murals are getting a little distorted. And this is Sigiriya. It's a huge rock formation, and there too you have some very very beautiful murals which are like Ajanta. So the impact of the paintings of Ajanta have gone all the way to Sri Lanka, and if you come to Tamil Nadu, in a district called Pudukkottai, not too far from where we are now, there is a Jain cave temple belonging to approximately the 7th century in a place called Sittanavasal. And this is how Sittanavasal looks. And in this Jain cave of the 7th century Pandyan period, if you look up at the ceiling, you also have paintings like this. This is also said to have been inspired by the paintings of Ajanta. Now you have a pan-Indian connect. Ajanta is tucked away somewhere in Maharashtra. So how did the murals on the frescoes on the walls there kind of capture the imagination of artists from across the ocean, Land's End, that is in Tamil Nadu, and also in this temple that is walking distance from here. The murals are over here. These are also said to have been inspired by the paintings of Ajanta. So this is a pan-Indian connect. Now, who walked all the way or went by horseback or bullock cart to Ajanta and found out all this? Mainly traders did. You see, Ajanta lay on a trade route to Dakshinapata, that is South India. So traders would have gone up and down in whichever mode of transport, and they would definitely have looked at the caves of Ajanta. And the Buddhists were living there. Their paintings would have caught their fancy. Many people would have gone along with the traders, and thus this is how this has spread, not through war and conquest, but through very gentle means that we Indians are known about to spread our culture and heritage. So the case of Ajanta, the paintings have had this much of an impact. Coming back to Tamil Nadu, to Kanchipuram, to the Pallava dynasty, where you have a beautiful cave. We have a temple called the Kailasanatha temple. This belongs to the 8th century. This is a magnificent temple where there are sculptures like this. There, this king, Rajasimha, who sponsored the building of this temple, was a huge connoisseur of the arts, especially the performing arts. So on the walls, you have lovely, lovely sculptures like this of various poses of Lord Nataraja. Coming back to Tanjavur, and because we are here, we are looking at this temple where in a inner pradakshina, you have these Karana sculptures. Dr. Padma Subramaniam, who is the absolute authority and expert on this, has written and talked so much about this, researched so much about this. So these are the fantastic Karana sculptures. They should have been 108 in all, but there are only 81. It is an unfinished work, whatever the reason may be. These are all the ifs and buts of history. Now, while this was being done in the 11th century, Abhinava Gupta, as was just mentioned earlier, in Kashmir, was writing his commentary on the Natya Shastra, the Abhinava Bharati. There's this huge, huge connect. Lands and the Karana sculptures of the Natya Shastra. There, somebody is writing. Same century, 11th century, the commentary is being written. So this again is a huge connect, which means that this Natya Shastra was known throughout India. I'll just give you one small example, though I don't have the photographs. In a temple in Kanchipuram, which is called the Kachapeshwara temple, archaeologists discovered a verse from a poem called the Surya Shatakam. Shatakam, 100, and Surya is the sun god. So 100 verses on the sun god were, or at least one verse was found on a pillar in this Kachapeshwara temple. Archaeologists believe that all the verses of this poem were once inscribed on the walls of this temple. But the Surya Shatakam was not composed in Kanchipuram or anywhere in South India. It was composed in the north in the reign of King Harshavardhana by one Mayura Kavi. So all the way from the north to the south, within a matter of a couple of 100 years, the Surya Shatakam had become so popular enough to be inscribed as an inscription, etched on the pillars of a temple in Kanchipuram. See this huge pan-Indian connect. We now go to a very, very famous temple under the care of the Archaeological Survey of India, a UNESCO World Heritage Monument, the Surya Mandir in Konark. So whenever you think of a Surya temple, everybody immediately thinks of Konark. And with its very, very beautiful sculptures, Natya, look at many musical instruments which we know of today, which we don't know of today. It's a paradise for researchers. And we all know that this temple is shaped like the chariot of the sun god, the Ratha of Surya. But then, right, very, very close to Tanjavur once again, in a place called Dharasuram on the outskirts of Kumbakonam, you have a temple where the mantapa is shaped like a chariot. Now, if you go back to the date, you will understand that this temple in Dharasuram, which is now called the Airavateshwara temple, and which used to be called the Rajarajeshwaram, was built in the 12th century. You Google search now your Konark temple, and that is 13th century. I don't mean to be parochial just because I'm from Tamil Nadu. I am not saying all that. This is Bharatanatyam. This is an all India concept that we are looking at. We are looking at connects. That's all. Nothing more than that. We're connecting the dots. So this temple for Shiva in Dharasuram, which is shaped like a chariot, was built 1 century before the Konark temple. And a very, very great art historian called C. Shivaramamurthy has said that a Chola princess called Rajasundari got married to a prince of the Eastern Ganga dynasty in ancient Kalinga, and with her went the tradition of making a temple like a chariot, and later that sun temple in Konark came to be built. So this is a huge thing. We know Konark, we don't know the Dharasuram temple that much. There are also many other temples in the Shoranadu. For example, the Sharngapani temple in Kumbakonam, which is built like a chariot. So we have these chariot-shaped temples. We are going back to Konark because this is the Surya Mandir of India. There is no worship over here. But when we think of Surya worship, we generally think only of this temple. But we don't think of a place called Modhera in Gujarat, where also there was an exquisite temple built in the 11th century. This is a Surya temple, and you can see God Surya over here. Look at the Sapta Ashwa, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And again, this temple is not in worship, but to see this side completely on the east, Konark. On the west, you have Modhera with its lovely step tank. All this is the architecture of Modhera temple. Right up north in Kashmir, there's a place called Marthand, where there was a temple for Marthand, Surya's Marthand, and that's also in ruins. Down south, very close to where we are, near Kumbakonan, is a place called Suryanar Kovil. Now, Suryanar Kovil is one of the standalone temples in the south where God Surya is the main deity. This also happens to be one of the Navagraha Stalas, one of the places where the Navagrahas are worshipped. If we start generally with Suryanar Kovil. But at 99.99% of the people who go into Suryanar Kovil don't understand its history. Some worship was there in the Tamil country, there is no denying it. But temples for Surya, no, till the 12th century. And in the Chola times, there lived a king called Kulotunga. There were 3 Kulotungas, and I'm talking about Kulotunga Chola, the first. And he had had a lot of connection with a dynasty of kings called the Gahadavala rulers, who ruled from a place called Kanauj in Madhya Pradesh. This grand temple, Gangaikonda Cholishwaram in Gangaikonda Cholapuram. When you go there, you will see lots of Tamil inscriptions on the walls. You will also, if you notice carefully, there is a Sanskritam inscription. And that Sanskritam inscription belongs not to the Cholas or not to any dynasty from South India, but it belongs to the Gahadavala rulers. So the Gahadavala rulers and the Cholas from the time of Kulotunga had some huge connect. Perhaps it was because of some matrimonial alliance. See, kings from the south married into houses, royal houses in the north, vice versa. How many of you know Rajaraja Chola had a queen from Gujarat, Latadesha? So, it was huge connects through matrimony. Maybe Kulotunga Chola had a wife who gave his daughter to the royal house of the Gahadavalas, perhaps. So, since these Gahadavala rulers were ardent worshippers of Surya, that Surya cult came into Tamil Nadu, and Kulotunga Chola built this temple, which we now call Suryanar Kovil, and that was not the original name. It was called Kulotunga Chola Marthandalayam. Marthanda son, Alayam, temple of Kulotunga Chola. So that's that, again, huge connect between the north and the south. So I've shown you one big Surya Mandir east coast, and then west, and then north Marthand, and then south. So there are many more other places as well. Now we are now going back to Gujarat. We are going to a place close to Gandhinagar called Rani Ki Vav. This is a huge step tank or a step well. When you come there, this is all you'll see, and you'll wonder why you have come here all the way. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, so we are there. But then when you start going down, this is what you see. This keeps going down meters and meters and meters below the ground. We must realize that many parts of Gujarat and Rajasthan are very dry places, so they needed to make these step wells or step tanks to store water. And we can also understand that trade was a very, very great factor in ancient and medieval India. That is what made India very prosperous. We know from literature, from inscriptions, trade routes starting from the north down to the south. Even in the Sangam age in Tamil Nadu, which extends from the 3rd century BC down to the 3rd century CE, goods from Magadha, Bihar, were sold in Tamil Nadu. We have that kind of a connect. And therefore, when travelers were going with their animals, horses, camels, bullocks, etc., they needed to stop somewhere for drinking water, to bathe, etc. And these step tanks and wells played a huge role. Actually, if you go down these steps and sit in one of the mantapas in a hot summer day, it will be as though you're sitting in this room, an air-conditioned room. It's like that, really. And they made it those many centuries ago. So this is a place called Abhaneri in Rajasthan, where you have one of the most beautiful step tanks and wells. And let's not think it was confined only to the north. This is from Kerala. So this tradition of making temple tanks so beautiful. I'm bringing you down south, near Chennai, about 70 kilometers from Chennai, is this place called Kanchipuram. Very near Kanchipuram is a lovely temple for Hanuman. Most people don't know about it. The place is called Iyengar Kulam. And there also you have a step well. It's small, nothing compared to Rajasthan and Gujarat. But then you have to go down the well, down. And very interestingly, this has a religious connect also. A famous temple in Kanchipuram is called the Varadaraja Perumal temple. And that god comes all the way from Kanchipuram on the full moon, the Purnami night in the month of April, Chitra Purnami. And the people are so tired, the god is also so tired, they take him down the steps of this step well, and inside they clean it. There was lots of water, it would have collected over many months. They make it dry, they make it very cool, and the god rests there for a while, and Naivedyam offerings are given to him, and he comes back and returns to his temple. So the step tank tradition is very much there all the way from the north to the south. Other than anything connected with the arts, we also have something called the Bhakti movement that blossomed in the Tamil country. And all historians, all scholars accept this. This is the tradition of the Alvars and the Nayanmars. Traditional dating of the Alvars is very different, but historians would date the Alvars starting from around the 5th century down to the 10th century. And these Alvars, who were the great devotees of Vishnu, and the Nayanmars, who were the great devotees of God Shiva, made this fantastic movement called the Bhakti movement happen. They visited various temples and sang their hearts out about Vishnu and Shiva respectively. And because they sang so much about these deities, more and more temples came to be built. The more they visited temples, those temples became very famous, and rulers gave more and more donations. Those temples became bigger and bigger, like Atirupati, Archidambaram, our Madurai temple, Sri Rangam, etc. So all around there was a spread of bhakti. This bhakti movement over the centuries went to Maharashtra, went to Gujarat, the Vallabhacharya cult, then it went to other parts of North India, the Ramanand cult, to Bengal, Chaitanya cult. It went all over India, like this, from south up to the west, and then to Gujarat, and then to the north, and then to the east. So if this is not national integration to bhakti, then what is? Now today, at the touch of a finger, you can Google and you can do all those things. But in those days, they really could not. Even today, there is a village, small village, Gadibero in West Bengal. They settled, over times, they settled a group of Vaishnavites over there. And that lineage is still there in West Bengal. Also, Nambudris from Kerala officiate in the temple in Badrinath. And people from the north officiate in many temples in South India. Still, that tradition continues. And you have to visit Kashi, and then you visit to Rameshwaram and back to Kashi. There is a huge connect in the whole of India. Whichever way you look at it, whether it was politically done, yes. For example, Rajendra Chola sent his army all the way from Gangaikonda Cholapuram through present-day Andhra Pradesh to Telangana, through Orissa, all the way to Bengal, to defeat the kings en route, get the waters of the Ganga, bring it here. So he called himself Gangaikonda Chola. Capital was called Gangaikonda Cholapuram. The temple that he built for Shiva is called Gangaikonda Cholishwaram. He is said to have poured those pots of water of the Ganga into a huge irrigation tank that he built, and it came to be called Chola Gangam. All that is there. It is also the opinion of many scholars is that parts of his army continued to stay on in Bengal that he had conquered. And there was a Sena dynasty in Bengal, and that may have been from the Sena, the army of Rajendra Chola. So, and even today, many of the treasures brought back by Rajendra Chola, and by treasures, I just don't mean gold and silver. That can be there today, it can go away tomorrow. Of course, those are not treasures, maybe treasures. But I mean treasures in stone. Sculptures brought all the way from the north are still there in worship in many temples in Tamil Nadu. So when you're worshipping, sometimes you don't know what deity it is. It could be a deity made in Bengal at one point of time. There's a village called Mela Kadambur near Chidambaram. On Pradosham day alone, that is a day very, very dear to Lord Shiva. There is a Nataraja Murti that is brought out. And people who are used to seeing Natarajas in Tamil Nadu will wonder, this is not like the Nataraja we worship. Certainly not. It was made in West Bengal. It was made in Gauda Desha, brought as a trophy by Rajendra Chola and kept in worship in the Melakodamur temple. I don't have a photograph to show you, but it's one of the most outstanding sculptures. Only the tip of the toe of Lord Nataraja rests on the back of his Rishabha, his bull. And that is the connect. And he is dancing away. No words can describe it. Even if I had a picture, it would not describe it. You have to see it to believe it. So these are all the All India connects that I'm just very superficial treatment, only a tip of the iceberg. Wherever you go in the north, south, east, or west of India, you will find a little bit of these parts over there, for sure. By way of literature, by way of sculpture, by way of temple architecture, by way of religious scripture, by way of dance, by way of music, everything is completely interconnected. So this parochialism of being in one part and mine is the best, this is the best, that should go. We are looking at a Bharata Desha, we are looking at Bharata Varsha, and every part of it is related to another part. We are here in Tamil Nadu, we are calling ourselves, somebody is from another part. I think we are all related to everybody from all over India. So thank you very much, and we need to take this forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chitraji. So my takeaway from her presentation was this, that I think if history was taught to us like this, we would never forget what this land has been all about. Times come together, the different kingdoms, the different rulers, the arts and culture across the country come together. So I think, ma'am, if you can do a teacher training program for us, for the history teachers, I think we would work towards the realization of our 2047 vision very soon for arts and cultures. And what I also would like to just point out is that it was not just in temple structures and those places that this art was depicted, but also in step wells, when people while bathing would have this exposure to these phenomenal works of art, which also depict a certain aspects of culture. So it's also looking and impregnating oneself subconsciously with the cultural diversity and richness of worldviews, because we're also looking at philosophy of art. So there was a worldview that was being depicted through all these different expressions of sculpture. So thank you very much, and I think our note keepers, if they can say that we need to reteach history, rewrite and reteach history that connect us more than create divisions, especially these opinions, or rather these positions that say there's a north and a south and India is never one, and so these are very, very valuable counterpoints to all of that. Thank you. I would next like to invite Dr. Milind Kangamchaji from Manipur University. He's a faculty of philosophy there. Just a little bit about him that you could read up. And just few words that I had knowing him in a very short while is that his love for the South, he's saying, I'm looking forward to being in Tanjavur because that's where his guru, his guide has been from. So I think again, the North, South, East, West thing becomes Anna. Yes, please.
ज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. I don't know how to begin because Tanjore, I stayed in Madras for 10 years. I don't know how many years since it was somewhere in 88, 89. I happened to listen to one lecture delivered by Madam Padma Subramaniam. It was in Chola Sheraton somewhere in some hotel. Some program was there, some Odia group, they invited you. You were very young at that time. I was a student. And beautiful lady, like goddess. I was mesmerized by the way she spoke about Bharatanatyam, about all this Carnatic music. I used to go to Srinivasa Hall in Mailapur every time when I have time to listen to Mridangam. I go mad when I listen to Mridangam when it is played. The sound takes you to some other place. I don't know where I have taken. Because now there is something called Purva Janma Samskar. I have realized that I don't belong to Manipur. It was a childhood dream that I wanted to come to the south. Tirupati was the first place I landed in 1981. Late 81, I wanted to study there. I could not study. I was a science student. I left home at a young age after I passed my plus two. Tirupati was the first place, and that is a place where I had my first taste of South Indian food. I was immediately into the food. Nobody in Manipur will like South Indian food. I was exceptional. Then I realized something is going on with my past life. I can't say the detail. Those are little secret. I can't say. There are some discoveries also there. Then, as far as this particular thing is there, this topic is something, it is something to do with the mission of my life. I have decided that I am going to do and die doing what I have chosen to do after I retire. I'll be retiring in 2027 February. I have been teaching in Manipur University for the last 31 years. I have come to this theme of Indian civilization because I was specialized in classical Indian philosophy. I never studied Western philosophy, except in Pachayappa's college in Madras, where Srinivasa Ramanujan, great mathematician, studied. When I was studying BA, his wife was still there. She was around 97 or something. And then there only I studied a little bit of Western philosophy. That is not sufficient. I came to Dr. Radhakrishnan Institute of Advanced Studies in Philosophy, University of Madras, 85 till 1987 I was there, did my doctorate in 88, continued till 90, then could not complete. 91 I joined Manipur University to teach classical Indian philosophy. That started my problem. I'm going to say something with due regards to Professor. I have been following historical method. I do not believe pure logic of West, the so-called formalism, which is, I have been teaching aesthetics also. Then I forgot to inform you, I was taught Indian aesthetics, Alankar Shastra, Saundarya Shastra, in the same department, Madras University, by Professor T.B. Ramachandran. If I remember correctly, he was born somewhere here. And my teacher, R. Bal Subramaniam, also. These two great professors were my teachers. Professor T.P. Ramachandran, he taught Indian aesthetics, that is Saundarya Shastra, Alankar Shastra. Then I was trained as an Advaitin, a student, a young man coming all the way from Manipur, going to be educated in Advaita Vedanta. Fortunately, I studied Sanskrit up to class 8. That was compulsory in that college, school where I've studied. Then in Pachayappa's college, I had to take MIL. Sanskrit I had to take. I was able to read Sanskrit because at that time I was a brahmachari. I was wearing dhoti. I never had any normal life like, the life of a youth. Tomorrow, Priya Murli, she is a friend of mine. She will be surprised when they see me in these clothes. I was not wearing these clothes. All those years, I was wearing one dhoti only, saffron clothes, no hair on the head. Huge sikha was there. Since I look little different, my friends used to call me in Madras like Shaolin temple or something like that, looking like some Chinese, this and that. Then let me come back to the point. Why I started talking about, doing research on Indian civilization. It's around 4 or 5 years since I have been working on. It's a personal project. I have not taken any sponsorship from the Indian government. I applied, but the Indian government do not want to give, so they have not given anything. So I have started working alone. I'm working a project on civilizational argument. So I was surprised, it's very important for us to talk about Akhanda Bharat, undivided India. So the idea of India, just now, material evidence, material culture, but evidence, archaeological evidence evidences were placed right in front of us. Who is going to negate that? Then I used to argue with one of my friend, my colleague only. He said, civilization is a very complicated issue. He's using Western methodology, which I don't believe. We have Sabhyata, Bharatiya Sabhyata, Indian civilization. It's very ancient. When I start talking about it, where to start? Indian civilization was growing. It was disrupted by alien invasion. Twice it occurred. So had these two invasions did not occur, to great historical upheaval when Indian civilization was growing. So if these two invasions were not there, what India could have been? That is something we have to think about. Now, we have been listening to very beautiful ideas about, like, we have to have self-respect. Once again, Madam, in the inaugural, beautifully she said, I accept everything. So many, we have to elaborate. We can only elaborate on the points, keynote kind of points she has kept. Everything which I wanted to listen was there. I'm very happy. Once again, I thank you, Madam Ji. And when we have to talk about philosophy of art and how it has to be applied to Akhanda Bharat. And once again, Madam Ji in the inaugural said, while introducing the issue, it is already there. We don't have to create a new kind of thing. This is Swatah Siddha, Nitya Siddha. In the Vedantic language, in Upanishadic language, Swatah Siddha, self-established kind of thing. Nitya Siddha, it is eternally established. So when we talk about moksha, dharma, artha, kam, moksha, moksha is not something we have to realize afresh. It is there, right underneath our feet, right? DHARA kasa is there. The space, inner space. There is one movie, Inner Space, not that inner space. The inner space, DHARA akasha in our hearts. The space inside, the space outside. Sankara, in Sankara's tradition, Bhamati tradition is there, then Sureswaracharya, like that, all kinds of, we have Avachedavad, then we have this Pravartivad, like appearance theory, this and that limitation theory is there, Avachedaka, limitation theory, like outward space and internal spirit, space like that. So just like that, everything is spiritual. There is nothing. Matter and spirit distinction is just kind of our mental concoction. Dr. Radhakrishnan beautifully says that. Many of my ideas are influenced by Dr. S. Radhakrishnan. He was the only modern Indian who tried to link up academically science, social science, and humanities. He was well-known speaker, orator in university level kind of convocations. He was always invited. At the young age of 33, he became a King's professor. That's how he went to Oxford. Now, what we're going to do now, we are in the 21st century. In my research on civilization, I said my trouble started since the day one when I became a teacher in Manipur University. November 13, 1991 was the year I joined. Then I came back 1992 January to close my house there in Chennai and take away my things. The place where I lived for 10 years, I had to leave. I left at that time. It was Madras. Chennai is not coming in my mouth. So what happens is that I landed in a place where Manipur, you have heard in the news, is a troubled place. Revivalism movement is there. I belong to a revivalist movement. When I was born, I was a Vaishnav. My Annaprasam, that photo is still there. When I have food giving ceremony, I was just 7 months old. The big, huge photo is there with pagari on the head, with a namam here. Then I don't know how my father stopped being a Hindu. Manipur is the only princely state in the northeast which was declared a full-fledged war by the British formally. Otherwise, the entire all these states were taken over gradually, little by little, by East India Company. And then Sepoy Mutiny, after Sepoy Mutiny, 1858 was the time British government formally started ruling India. But Manipur was attacked from 3 different directions. After that, in 1891, Manipur came under the British kind of thing. So before that, around 400 years from today, since the early 18th century, before that, we had a different religion, our own religion we had, our own script we had. Then after that, we started adopting Bengali script. Then Manipur became a fully, sponsored, institutionalized Hindu kingdom. Because of one king, Bhagya Chandra Maharaj, he followed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's philosophy of Bhakti Rasa. And that's how I started working a thesis on Chaitanya's Bhakti Rasa. The thing which I learned on this kind of Indian aesthetics in Madras University became very helpful. Then even now I'm working on Manipuri Vaishnavism. All the theoretical foundations of Manipuri classical dance, Ras dance, in Natya Sankirtan, it is Sankirtan Mahayagya only. Manipur is even not in Bengal. Chaitanya's philosophy, Vaishnavism is not there in Bengal. And this is not even a state religion of Bengal. Bengal is a Shakta, it is a follower of Shakti. They worship Shakti, they worship Kali. We call here Aman. So Vaishnavism is not popular in Bengal. It is not a state religion of Bengal. Manipur it became. It is only in Manipur Chaitanya's philosophy is found. It's performing art only. Manipuri Vaishnavism is performing art only. Natya Sankirtan itself is a performance. Then Jaguiras is just, I think, Madam said that was a Natya sadhana or yoga or something, worships kind of thing. That Nitya Marga. No, Natya Marga, something. Natya Marga, earlier speaker, somebody said. So let me come back to the point. What I was trying to say is that, let me come to the point. Indian civilization is very serious. I will speak little bit about this philosophy of arts. Philosophy of art, actually, as far as Indian context is concerned, is Rasa Anubhava that we know as the art communications idea, all those things are there. Then we have seen that art actually helps us to come together on emotional level, spiritual level, that is emotional integration. That kind of thing, it happens. But dance and music department, all these things are there in all the universities of India. Then why should we talk about now DHARA, this program here, Sangeetha and Natya? Yeah, now we have this thing. That means we have something very important. That is, there has to be some kind of strengthening and reminding to ourselves of the new challenges. There are so many challenges are there. And in my research, what I'm finding is that we have this tradition and the kind of change, kind of conflict. And there are so many issues are there. The difference is Western civilization is dualistic. Indian civilization is non-dualistic. This non-dual experience can be given to us only by art experience. Then art experience is one avenue through which, in addition to the traditional yoga kind of practice, then art experience itself is a sadhana kind of a process. So Indian civilization is the only civilization or Oriental civilization, which is non-dual in nature. So now this is something which I found in our tradition, and an Indian philosophy talks about that. Vedanta is all about that. And this can become a very important model, because what I'm talking about is also connected with modern economy. As a colonial legacy, on that context, I have written few papers also, or it's already published, linking the difference between Indian civilization and Western civilization. I saw the difference. Then it is because of Western civilization, which is not dualistic, non-dual, dualistic, then individualistic, anthropocentrism, all those things are there. And based on that, modern economy, capitalist economy is not there without this Western kind of civilization, which is dualistic. It is Indian civilization only which is non-dualistic, or Oriental civilization which is non-dualistic. It can only save the planet. We talk about Bhu Devi, Prithvi Mata. It is destroyed by whom? It is destroyed by modern economy. And there, I'm little critical about science and technology, engineering, all these things also. Who is using, this is what in Central Agricultural University, another IKS program, I didn't know. Since that time, I have been linked up. I have spoken about this. I was invited. I spoke about this on Pancha Mahabhuta. Pancha Mahabhuta is very much linked to. Yeah, I finished. I finished. Pancha Mahabhuta is very much linked to Swara, Sapta Swaras also. I have read, I have downloaded all the Sanskrit original texts of Sangeetha, how it started from the Vedas around 4-5 months ago. I'm studying right now. The Pancha Mahabhutam is also connected with Sangeetam and the Natya, all these things, not only in agricultural science. So there I've spoken to them. Now we have this contradiction. We have this contradiction in India right now, that you cannot say that you're going for this modernization. Then at the same time, side by side, we are talking about Indian civilization. These two things do not go together. So one agricultural scientist have brought something, very beautiful proposal related to traditional indigenous kind of agricultural practice. That is what our director today morning, and then I came to know him in Silchar only. That's how I was invited here. Because, this is a very serious thing. I have spoken to you. I have not yet actually spoken to you anything about my research on civilizational argument, which I've started. I'm sorry for that, because I went into something else. I have not yet spoken anything to you. I have been working for the last 10 years on this issue. I will be producing as a book, because I have written few things. I have written linking pandemic with climate change, global warming, and the Indian civilization with global warming I have linked. And it was published in IPC session on 31st December. It is there in the publication as a chapter of one book there. So now it's very serious matter. Let us think and let us help this project. And there are so many things we can do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for one is importantly being a representative of the Northeast in this entire discourse, and highlighting the traditions that are there, the philosophical traditions that thrive in the Northeast. And also, I think what was important in your presentation here was the fact that there is no underlying philosophical difference. The worldview that was there behind the arts, behind agriculture, behind the different sciences and arts, there was a common thread underlying it all. So, and which were expressed through arts in different ways. So there was this multidisciplinary expression of arts and knowledge systems that we need to bring back into the curriculum, and which is also what NEP 2020 talks about. So thank you very much for that, and that's, I think, what we can take away for this session. So we have time for one question or one observation. Can we put Bharat Gupta back on the screen? We are, like I said, time-wise. Is there anybody for a question or any observation that one might want to add just to this session, if you want to summarize it or feel that it is? No question. Yes. Yes, Bharatji is there. Bharatji, I hope you heard all the talks and all. Yes. If there's anybody who would like to.
I heard through the whole thing, and after the question is done, I'd like to make just one small observation. after your question is taken and answered.
Thank you. I'd like maybe just one question from anybody. I request the answer quickly. And just very quick closing remark, just pointing towards this Vision 2047 in the light of the topic that we were given for the session. Yes, please.
Sir,
Home also, yes.
I would like to ask Professor, in Manipur, your entire dance world is definitely under the canopy of Vaishnavism. And you do your Ras Leela, and like how we say in Tamil, ஊர் கூடி தேர் எடுக்கிறது அந்த மாதிரி ஊர் கூடி டான்ஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க.
Please translate that.
So I will say the whole town comes together to do the chariot. That's what we say in Tamil Nadu. And in Manipur, the whole town comes together to dance. Will you be able to protect this culture in the next 25 years?
That's why that is very pertinent question, because right now, after I returned to Manipur, 91 I found Christianity coming up like hell. And we are a very small population. We are right now. And I'm not against Christianity, because when I teach, because Manipur is a very difficult place, it's a secular institute, I can't speak against any religion. So I'm a Pakka Hindu officially. So right now I'm conducting a course on Gandhi also, CPCS course. Or students from other departments they come and study. Single-handedly I have conducted. The present one is course. I'm alone running. And because when I teach Gandhi also, I've learned so many things. So that is what we are doing. I have asked some group, some organization, clubs and people, because there are a lot of philosophical foundation behind this. It's not just dance. We say we don't go for seeing, watching dance. This is raso upasana. Raso upasana. Through aesthetically interpreted bhakti rasa, we are transfigured, we are actually transported. And in our religion, Chaitanya's bhakti rasa kind of religion, there is moksha is not the highest. Prema bhakti. There are 7 steps. Radha's Mahabhav is the highest. It is non-dualistic. Moksha is not the highest. Divine love, and it has Veda, Achintya Veda, that kind of thing, metaphysical level, Jiva Goswami has given. So much complications are there. Very complicated. I have done, for the first time, I have done a full-fledged philosophical foundation of Manipuri, Gaudiya, Vaishnavism. Performance only, Natya Sankirtan is there, another performance. Within that, there is a huge cinema, and within that, a small cinema is projected, that is Ras dance, Manipuri Ras dance. Telescope inside. So Vrindavana Lila, we call it Navadip Lila. That's the only thing. We are trying our best.
Just to balance one small quick question to Dr. Chitra. The trio that we are otherwise popularly referring to, predating that trio is another Tamil trio. We are fully aware of that. The senior most being Muthutandavar, and the refrain style the Carnatic musicians use now. Maybe there is a lot of connect with the Muthutandavar style, and that, in my humble opinion, goes back to the Nalvar's Padigam, where again there is a lot of refrain style there. And even in Bharatanatyam, Muthutandavar's lyrics are so popularly used. So is there any good study that connects this type of a style with a period that is before these trios, dating it back to the Nalvars, all the Saiva literature that our Tamil scholars did? So do you see that, that the next 25 years, these are areas where we have to harvest our time and resources?
This is one of the areas where we have to harvest our time and resources. In every field, we have to do that. So, and it's not just pertaining to your question, this is a general observation. We have to get the youngsters in schools, we have to get them in schools to instill a love for our heritage and our culture. Not only in literature, not only in philosophy, not only in history, not only in archaeology, in Sangeetam and Natyam. Sow the seeds there. This is where we have failed completely and totally. And we have generations and generations of people growing up still with a colonial mentality and without any feel for our ancient culture. They let it go. Not talking about this area, that is well. We see, nothing came by itself. The seed was somewhere, and from there people took it to different. Even with regard to temple architecture, we look at Tanjavur and say, temple, so such a beautiful temple. The seeds were there in the Sangam age itself. Some temple out of wood or brick was built. The Pallavas and the Pandyas took it to a next level. Cholas took it to an altogether greater level. And then even in literature. So you have Upper Sundar and some other. Before them, there was so much of literature. They must have been inspired by it, and in turn, they inspired so many others. We have very rich traditions all over India. Nothing came up by itself. It's a evolution. It's a growth, and we have to take care of all that.
I just request Professor Bharatanatyam to share your closing remarks, please.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me all. Hello?
Yes.
Am I audible, please? Yes. Hello, hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Now, you see, Anuradha and others, you mentioned the vision for 2047, which means the present day situation for the next few years that we have before us. Now that is something which has to be reconciled with tradition and modernity. What has happened is, and what is happening especially in the field of arts, is a particular kind of Western assessment of art, use of art by Western theories, not so much for the purpose that we have used art for all these thousands of years, but for the purpose of political engineering, but for the purpose of creating ethnological differences and identities. You see, we have started talking today of ethnomusicology. We have started talking today of regional identities which are related to our vision of people of an area which could later on become a nation by themselves. Now, this is a vision of an entirely alien civilization which has come into conflict with our thousands of years of practice. Our practice has been integrated. We have exchanged things. You see, we had examples. For instance, Dr. Madhavan gave practical examples of how exchanges happen. Now, these were there because they were institutions. It was not just the trade people who were traveling, but they were institutions, academic institutions, exchanging students and teachers for thousands of years from one corner of India to another, exchanging manuscripts, exchanging artists, providing all kinds of visions. Now, this is something which is part of the very notion of dharma, the very notion of artha, kam, and moksha. Now, these are the fundamental principles by which we have lived, which are in direct contrast with the principles of ethnomusicology, ethnic divisions, regional identity, creating regional territory, or creating art for the purpose of a political statement. You see, all this modern post-colonial thought which is taught in universities, in American universities, and in JNU, and in certain Bengali universities particularly, or in even universities in the South, this is getting infected by a whole discourse of West, which is still a neo-colonial discourse. So if we wish to continue with our integrative spirit and looking forward to 2047, then we must use our tradition and its values in the present times. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bharatji, for making that very important point on how we're down cultural traditions academically, how we are being brainwashed to look at it completely different than our own. So thank you for that. And with this, I'd like to conclude the session. Very for their valuable time. But as I said, this is only the very beginning. We hope listening to you and being guided on this road. You said what had to be said. So thank you very much. We are behind time. As you know, we are on IST, which is Indian stretchable time at the moment. So what we will do is we will continue into the next session, but I will beg your indulgence for that. One of the suggestions that I have is that as they set it up, maybe we can just do a little bit of a experience of a dance. So I request all of you to stand up. So everybody is, I mean, you can start doing the changes and all. I'll just do this as an exercise. Waiting for you. So I suggest that, oh, there is a giving of a memento. So Srinivas is giving a memento here. So thank you very much. Here's some photos. So we do a panelist here. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes. Alright, and then I'll make you do the dance thing. Just hold it. I'll allow the change to happen. We request the next Rishita, we can also start calling on the panels. But in the meanwhile, I was thinking just to give you a very quick dance experience. So if you would like to all just stand up, and one of the things in dance is that there is a lot of beating of feet. So this is also to energize you a little bit because you've just been sitting and listening. So just to get the energy moving in your bodies a little bit. So just beat your feet. See if you can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Take on the shuffle 5, 6, 7, 8. Now double speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 times the speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, great. Now just a very quick thing because he spoke of the Panchamahabhutas. I'd like to please do all the changes in the meanwhile. I'm just trying to buy time. Please make the changes here. Please make the changes here. No, start doing the changes. I'm just trying to buy time. Okay, I'm trying to just get you energized in the meanwhile. So what I'd like you to do, just what I'd like you to do here is, please listen, everybody. Right. So I'd like you to depict the Panchamahabhutas. Okay. So first, fire. How would you show fire? No. Let's start with space. How would you show space? How would you show space? Everybody.
skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, and teamwork. It's my honor to invite our moderator for the second panel discussion, Sri Rajagopala Venkatraman, Director, Partnership Nalanda Way Foundation. On the panel, we have Dr. S. Soumya, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Dr. Jayalalitha Music and Fine Arts University. Srimati Tara Kini, founder, Sunad and educationist. And we have Kumari Shivashree Skandaprasad, the polymath artist and founder, Ahudi Art Educational Institute. Rajagopalan sir, I'm handing over the session to you. Thank you.
How much time do we have, ma'am? We are already at 12:50 and we are sitting before, in front of you and lunch. So could we go on till about 1:45? Is it okay? Or? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Vaidya, for giving me this honor. It's a humble honor to be sitting alongside Soumya ma'am, Tara ma'am, and performers like Shivashree. One of the reasons I'm here in this panel of eminent performers and scholars like these, is I represent an organization called Nalanda Way Foundation, where over the past 17 years, we have been taking visual and performing arts to government schools across several states in the country. Tamil Nadu, starting from Tamil Nadu to Karnataka to Andhra to all the way to Jammu Kashmir, Haryana, Rajasthan. We've been doing programs in government schools, childcare institutions, where the focus is not only to teach children arts, to give them an experience or immersive experience in arts, but also to use arts for improving their foundational learning abilities, and also to teach them social emotional skills, and to reinforce certain positive behaviors, give them hope, give them resilience, give them self-confidence. Look at a holistic development of students, and that's where I think arts is an integral part of all the programs that we have been doing over the past 17 years. And perhaps that's one of the reasons why I've been invited in this panel. The panel being arts and education. So what is the role of arts in education? I came across this book called Range, a bestseller in 2020 or 2019, 2020. I want to read out a quick excerpt. It's talking about scientists and, scientists who were inducted into the highest national academies are much more likely to have vocations outside of their vocation. And those who have won Nobel Prize are more likely still, compared to other scientists, especially Nobel laureates, are at least 22 times more likely to partake as an amateur actor, dancer, magician, or other type of performer. Nationally recognized scientists are much more likely than other scientists to be musicians, sculptors, painters, printmakers, woodworkers, mechanics, and a whole number of things. So the main conclusion of a study they have done, they're saying, and it's a study which took years of studying scientists and engineers, all of whom who were regarded by peers as true technical experts, was that those who did not make a creative contribution to their field lacked aesthetic interests outside their narrow area. I think it's very important for all of you students here. All of you students here, I think most of you must be engineers here. So develop vocations outside your engineering. And I think Dr. Soumya is a very good example. I think she was a gold medalist from IIT. She did chemistry, right? But today she is a musician of global repute. So I think we are talking about developing that, interest which is outside of your core vocation, and, giving, that passion in vocations beyond your, chosen field of study. So it's the study, so main conclusion, as I said, it's about developing aesthetic interests outside your narrow area. Rather than obsessively focusing on a narrow topic, creative achievers tend to have broad interests. And again, they've gone to talk about Steve Jobs and his legendary interest in calligraphy and how it led to the design of iPhone. So with that, I wanted to set this context about the role of art in education. So education is not just about the literacy and the numeracy and learning aspects of your domain, but a lot more than that. With that context, I will request Dr. Soumya. So Dr. Soumya, as you all know, she's a renowned performer. She's a guru, a much sought after guru. She's also a teacher at the Music Academy, and she's a vice chancellor at the Music University. So she's wearing multiple hats. And apart from all these, she could perhaps also be a parent, which means, education of, children, or, education comes naturally. So with all these, hats, Dr. Soumya, the brief they've given for the discussion, there are two things, I'll read out. One is critical analysis of the current status in your domain of expertise. Of course, this is music we are talking about. And then your vision and roadmap for 2047, 25 years from now, challenges, opportunities, and the way forward. So these two topics, 10 minutes, sorry to be giving you. Yeah, you can be here or there as you feel comfortable, man.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Ellarku Namaskaram. It's it's been a very enriching, enlightening morning, I should say. Even though I was not physically present here, I've been listening to the whole session since morning to Padwatai's wonderful, so such an enlightening speech, and throughout my journey to Shastra this morning. So, I mean, when Mr. Rajagopalan said wearing multiple hats, I think the common thread is to be a student, and that is what I am. Learning is a continuous process. This is what my guru, Dr. Ramnath, always used to say, and he stood by that. There is no end to it. You keep learning and you are a student forever. So I think that is what makes you, it gives you the thirst to learn things, not just your domain knowledge, but then things around that, going in search of that automatically gives you that perspective. அதாவது இப்போ நான் வந்து இப்போ பாட்டுன்னா பாட்டு மாத்திரம் இல்லாம பாட்டில் ஒரு இந்த பாட்டு இப்படி வருதா சரி அதுக்கு தொடர்பான விஷயம் லாங்குவேஜ் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் அண்ட் தென் ப்ராபப்ளி a peek into the history. முதல்ல peek school level actually rightly as Chitra Madhavanji was saying, I don't know, I hated history then, but இப்போ I seem to love history more than even the chemistry that I studied, which I thought I was so much in love with. There's so much to it. I think it's the way we are introduced and exposed to each and every subject. And I would, again, I said the student me is now seeking to be her student again, which I am anyway. So, Anda Madri, so many things, it opens that, that Andoru perspective. Ellathliyum paakano abdingra oru the knowledge enrich pannide irukkanungiradhu becomes a very important factor. That is what being a student does. That is what being a student should do also. So when he spoke about a scientist or somebody being an artist looking outside and Cholumbudhu, I think that as a scientist, I don't know, many of the people here who are probably not done science in other may not agree or I do not know, but I think that analysis to and a research mind, இது வந்து sometimes I think science always ushers in at that stage. Self motivated இல்லாதவளுக்கு மற்றவாள் அந்த other subjects படிச்சவாள் they're all very self motivated to do science, I mean research and other things, but probably for us you are like doing all that analysis of be it chemistry or physics or math, and you know, it does that to you. That is what, for example, musical வந்து that's what set me. முதல்ல வந்து initially I was only exposed to lectures, to classes of by my guru, Dr. Ramanathan, who himself was such an erudite scholar, musician, and a musicologist par excellence. Avlo very lucid explanations, and his knowledge, I was actually astounded by his knowledge later years. He passed away when I was just 18 years old. So all these, and the samayathala I just soaked in like a sponge. But only now on the asha podradum Tamil, you know, you start ruminating. That is when I realized, my God, this man, he's done so much. He talked about Gregorian chants on the one hand, then he spoke about Kavadi Chinde here, then he spoke about இதுல பேர்னா பஞ்சாப்ல இருக்கிற ஒரு பாங்கடா அதுல இருக்கிற he drew parallels for folk music in Harikambodi here and some folk music in the north. So I was like, இப்போ யோசிச்சு பார்த்தா, my God, he was எனக்கு I'm really getting goosebumps. But அந்த மாதிரி பண்றது, then look into the history, எப்படி வந்திருக்கலாம், the sociological setupனால how things, these ragas would have developed. So these, now when I ruminate and think about that, wow. So that there was a man that lived as an example for me, in my case. And to go around looking for things. எங்க நல்லது இருக்கோ அதை வந்து என்னைக்குமே எடுத்துக்கணும். You always need to be a honeybee. Take all good things from everywhere. So these are the good aspects of a good student. சும்மா அந்த எனக்கு தமிழ் தான் வருது, கடிவாளம் போட்ட குதிரைன்னு, you know, just go in one direction and that's it, I'm done and I don't see here. So it's not just the ultimate aim. I think Ate was talking about it. It's not the ultimate aim. It is the journey that you have to look at. We go with a mission. Mission is not important, she was saying. So that is not, the mission will automatically be established when you have a beautiful journey. When you on the way you collect so many things, you learn so much, and ultimately you will know what you want to do. Ilana, you think that is what you want and end up doing the wrong things perhaps. That is what happens in most students' cases. Kacheri da enoda aim abbi nanchu na poren, but no, there are so many things I learned. Then I feel Kacheri is also one of the nice things that happens. So as a student, and especially now from the position when I see students, academy is a different, music academy is a different ball game. The students that come there are very different from the students that I see in a music college, government music college, and a university. Madam is here. So they are entirely different. To motivate them, in the case of music academy, the students are self-motivated. They come there to enrich themselves for further learning. But here, they think a BA is going to help them, or a diploma is going to help them. We don't know if they think music is going to help them, or a dance is going to help them. And we do not know as to how many people, or whether they have this idea at all to perform, or to become teachers, or researchers, or anything else, just a job, or is it that you just get a degree and get into some government job after writing TNPSC? So that is the thing now I see. So இந்த மாதிரி இந்த வித்துடுறதுங்கிறது ரொம்ப அழகா சித்ரா மாதவன்ஜி was saying that to sow the right seeds at the right time. Now CBSE, very happy to note the CBSE has introduced, I understand it was that March earlier, that the group, arts-ங்கிற group, where you learn fine arts, where you learn visual arts, you learn performing arts, and have allied subjects allied to that, which is wonderful. I think we should start right there. But, I mean, something like an transference of credits from one system to another. And then if you want to do something, we had a talk here in the same place about interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary studies and all that. For music or any art form, that is very important. Learning by self-motivation, sorry, am I?
No, incidentally, NEP, the National Education Policy last year, 2020, talks about all these things.
Yes.
But when it comes to implementation, I think we're still, several states are still evaluating. How do you go about implementing?
Yes, I think as of now, CBSE has introduced, and if I may let you on to something that is brewing in the state, I think it might happen soon because that is going on. We are all for it, and at least I have also been quite vocal. Isai Palli la matram illa, Isai Palli, Tamil Nadu, I do not know much about the other states, but definitely Tamil Nadu la, we have the concept of Isai Palli, music schools, where music is taught for a 7th pass. And they are given certificates, and there are 17 of them in the districts. Of course, don't ask me about the attendance. That is quite pathetic, but there's no motivation for these children, for these students to come and learn. But adhikda, we are working on it, and it'll be wonderful if, across boards, not just CBSE, across boards, especially state board also, very important because every state should introduce their own culture along, of course, with other subjects and ஹிஸ்டரியோட சேர்த்து பண்ணுறதுக்கெல்லாம் பண்ணினா தான் நடக்க போகிறது. ஸோ தட் இஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். ஸ்கூல் லெவலில் போர்டில் கொண்டு வரணும். அதுக்கு முயற்சிகள் நடந்துட்டு இருக்குங்கிறத நான் மீன் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆயிருக்கு. லெட் மீ ஜஸ்ட் சே வெதர் இட் வுட் பி இம்ப்ளிமெண்டட் லைக் அன்னைக்கு சொன்னேன், டோன்ட் ஹோல்ட் மீ ஆன் டு இட், பட் எஸ். பட் அட் யூனிவர்சிட்டி லெவல் இப்போ வந்து ஈக்குவலன்ஸ் லைக் வி ஹாவ் ஐடிஐ பண்ணின வாழ்க்கை பாலிடெக்னிக், தே ஹாவ் ஈக்குவலன்ஸ் அண்ட் தே கேன் டு பிஏ ஆர் 12th standard equivalence. That is being implemented. So even if you go to Nisaipalli and get a certificate, you can enter a diploma course in the music colleges. Also, if you are able to do a 5-year or 4-year study in the music schools, you are given a 12th standard equivalence, but you need to just write the language exams. Open University Vadia. So these things are being implemented right now, which means, at least from a degree perspective, yes. But it's, as I said, it's not just a degree or a diploma or just getting 3 or 4 letters, alphabets after your name. The thing is mainly to enjoy what you do. அதுக்கு வந்து இப்போ வந்து syllabus வந்து we are really trying to modify in such a way that like in any other higher education institution where you have a lot of electives, where the students are given even at a BA level. Usually that is never there. You are forced to do certain things at a BA or a BSc level. Only when you do your post-graduation studies are you given the option of taking up electives. But here, BA level, we want to give them electives and like non-major electives. When we say non-major electives, it means if you're doing music, you will be doing something related to music, like say digital technology, how do you record and stuff like that. Or probably something to do with voxology where you are multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, அந்த மாதிரி that's something that's going on, which will be definitely introduced in the coming academic year, at least in the government colleges and the colleges that are affiliated to this university. That I think, this is not just for music, it's for dance also. Like, for example, you may probably know how to dance, but how to apply makeup or how to design your, am I right, Akka? I mean, when I say Angikam, Aharyam and everything is very important. So it's not just the dance, but then how to go about that Aharyam and all those things. So andamadri, lot of things. And it's not enough if they'll just learn dance, but they should know to sing. She said that when she came to our university also. So this kind of a holistic development. Sangeetha Sahitya Kala Vihinaha Sakshat Pashuhu Puchha Vishanahinaha Trinamna Kadanapi Jivamana Tad Bhagadeyam Paramam Pashunam Grammardad. Good that one who doesn't know Sangeeta Sahitya, or one who doesn't have interest in Sangeeta Sahitya or Kala, is just an animal who just lacks 2 horns and a tail. Good for the animals that these people don't eat grass, is what he says. Bhartrahari. So, Andamari, the overall development of a personality development, we talk of all these things so much, and there are multiple courses that happen, and there are people who make so much money also conducting these courses so much. But then, well, these have been incorporated much earlier in our system, and in fact, Yanaka personally, from my own interest, as I said, history and it has helped me personally so much. இப்போ ஒரு வாத்தாபி கணபதிம்னா for me it's not just Hamsadwani and it's just, oh, this Vatapi Ganapati has come from the Chalukyas. That gives me that extra kadai and, you know, like, oh wow. No, it's world over Vatapi Ganapathim is famous, but who is Vatapi Ganapathim? And you Tiruvarur Kovil, yes, but then there we get. And what about our ragas? We talk of Saurashtra. She spoke about the Rashtra Desha. Then we have Gaula. Then we have so many ragas. I can just list so many on and on. Kambojan solron. We have so many. So these things, and idellathuku mela intercultural from other countries. We have Yemen. Apparently, there's a beautiful. I mean, not apparently. There's an article on Yemen and the Kalyani or the connection. How it has come, because Chaturdandi Prakashikala very clearly Venkatamaki rather uses harsh words. Idala Turushkaragam Todi and Kalyaniya. We have here Yemen. Yemen means Mangalakaram in that language, Yemeni language. There was a trade between Yemen and Kalyan, which was a port, Bombay Pakatla. So apparently, Angarkara music, my small research I'm still working on is Nauruz Abdin Solron, which is a very important festival across the Gulf. That is very equivalent to Kalyani. Sani da ni pa da ri sa abdin paadrom adha. Pamaga mariga ma pa. Very important phrase in Kalyani. You find Varnathla modalliye varum. So, so many things. Idala eppadi theriyum? History, geography, all these things. Ellathukkum definitely school level and continue it when you go to higher educations.
Okay. I think you had. So you touched upon the challenges and the critical analysis part, but maybe we will come back to you on the vision for 2047. What are some ideas that you have, perhaps, which can help? So we will now go to Tara ma'am. So ma'am, you've been an independent consultant, you've been an educationist, and you also have a degree in education, right? So again, you know, from that angle, you're a polymath. So speak about your experience, you know, of your the Sunad experience, as well as the challenges that you see. The first point, you know, given to us is the critical analysis of the current status. It could be about Hindustani aspect, the Hindustani domain.
Okay, thank you so much. And it's just been absolutely lovely to be here. Congratulations on such a beautiful university and such beautiful students. I'm really overwhelmed by all that I've been seeing since this morning. That's really lovely. Also has been a fun moment for me to have people like Dr. Padma actually in our midst. Wonderful to hear you as well, and all the illustrious speakers who've gone before us. I'm going to come at this in a slightly different angle. Okay, so forgive me for that. I don't know if you chose this, Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary, but you got a chemistry expert here, and I'm physics. Okay, so with due forgiveness, because you don't seem to like scientists very much. We're two scientists sitting here in the field. Yes, and biology. We've covered the gamut. Wow. I think this is brilliant. And well, she's trained in Carnatic classical. I'm trained in Hindustani classical. And we have a dancer in our midst. And we are physics, chemistry, biology. Never the twain shall be separated, science and the arts. Okay, I think what I really appreciated about what Dr. Bharat Gupta said is don't make these divisions. Why do you want to put one science there department and one electronic engineering here and put music out there and dance here? No, it has to be integrated, just as you're talking about national integration. Let's talk about integration of all our learning. Let it be a whole. And I also want to start off, you mentioned the National Educational Policy of 2020. So I'm not going to do so much of a critical analysis as more of the visioning. Okay, so we already have the National Education Policy 2020 in, published out there. We have a curriculum drafted for the foundational course. And if you look at the curriculum and you look at that policy, it's got everything that everybody said since the morning. It's there. It's there in writing. That vision is there. So what are we here for now? We're looking at 2047 and we're saying, let's take it further. Because all we can do is envision. And then, yes, there are going to be blocks in the implementation. We all know that, but there's no point talking about it so much. Let's think about where we want to be in 2047 when we will not be here. At least I won't, I'm sure about that. But the young people, like this beautiful dancer here, and so many of you will be heading a number of things in 2047. And it's your future. And therefore, if what we are saying here gives you some spark of feeling about what 2047 should look like, then it's worth our talking here. Otherwise, it's not, right? So I want to go to the fact that in the NEP, which is the National Educational Policy, they've talked about making Bharat into an equitable, vibrant knowledge society, making India a global knowledge superpower. Okay, and at the end of that first paragraph, they have global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. And I feel we've got to turn this around a little bit on its head. And I'll tell you why. So my first suggested paradigm. We can't talk about the evils and good of globalization. Okay? It's there. You have to face it. I just read in the newspaper 2-3 days ago that by 2047, every Indian will have a cell phone. How are you going to stop globalization? How are you going to stop the evils or the good of globalization when every person is sitting with a cell phone and you can talk to somebody in Cambodia or you can talk to somebody anywhere in the world, by then maybe even on the moon? No, I just want you to think, 10 years ago, if you'd said that I can talk on the same, in 5 minutes with a, pressing one button, I can talk to somebody here and talk to somebody there, you'd have said, "Are kya bhai? Huh, yeah, what are you saying?" But now you can do it. WhatsApp calls. In 5 minutes, you can talk to so many people across the world. So globalization will be there. You can't stop it. Whether it's good or bad is up to you. You have the knife. Whether you're going to use it to cut your fruit or you're going to use it to murder somebody is up to you. Isn't it? So the tool, as Padmaji said in the morning, how do we use technology to further the arts? Okay, so let's keep that focus. Globalization is going to be there. How do we use it to ensure that you all in 2047 don't feel rootless? See, that is the fear. That you go this way and you go that way like the wind because this looks so good out there in the US. You have no idea what the reality is. That looks so good there. And then where are you? What are your values? What is it that keeps you steadily in the ground? So grounding for each of you is extremely important. However, I want to quote Rabindranath Tagore on this. In the NEP, National Education Policy, there are a number of thinkers whose vision is being followed. One of them is Rabindranath Tagore. The other one is Swami Vivekananda, and I'm just mentioning 3. out of 4 or 5 that are mentioned there, and Sri Aurobindo. And their feelings about their vision of education is that you are not, when you look at a child, you're not looking at an empty vessel into which you're going to pour stuff. No. Every child has an innate potential, and you're going to build on that. Swami Vivekananda has said the same thing, so did Rabindranath Tagore. And in that very famous poem of his, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. So firstly, Padmaji spoke about self-respect in the morning. If you have self-respect, that is when your mind is without fear and your head is held high. You don't need to be afraid of other influences. Okay? Where knowledge is free. That's the next sentence. Where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls. So let's not break up. That was what the message from Dr. Bharat Gupta in the morning. Don't break up things. Try to unite. See how all these connections that Dr. Chitra Madhavan spoke of, how do these connections build us? Don't look at division. And therefore, he talked about inclusiveness. And I think inclusiveness is again something we need to hold very close to our hearts. Because without that, it becomes very difficult to face a globalized world. The second shift, you become a world citizen with pride in my national and local heritage. I have to have the pride in it, for which I need to know it. I need to know my Tamil lineage, my Gujarati lineage. I need to know it. I need to know the folk music. Again, I've gone into folk and classical. Let's not even divide. But I need to know music in my language, in my mother tongue. And I need to know, I need to appreciate it fully. Only then can I be a world citizen who is rooted in local tradition and in national values. Okay, both. Finally, I want to say that how do you build this? So you said in answer to a question, Dr. Madhavan, you said, we need to bring this to children when they're growing up, right? So I want to turn this arts and education on its head. Very good, Dr. Soumya, that it has been put in there as part of the curriculum, arts. I'm saying, let us have education through the arts. If you're saying you want to build the innate potential of every child, the best tool is the arts. We know that, isn't it? So why don't we use the arts, which I think in your Nalanda way you are actually doing, and I'll request you to speak about that.
In a very small way, we've been doing it for 17 years.
Yes. Why don't we use the arts to actually educate the children? Not as, I'm teaching you this song, now sit down and learn. Or I'm teaching you this dance. Yeah. No, it's part of your being. In 2 ways. One, it's a tool for bringing in new ideas. But it's also, for you, a way of expression.
Yeah.
And allowing a child to express is one of the most important things we have to do in education, which sadly doesn't happen. And here I have a poem that I refer to very, very often, and many of you may know it. It's called The 100 Languages. The child is made of 100. The child has 100 languages, 100 hands, 100 thoughts, 100 ways of thinking, of playing, of speaking. 100, always 100. I'm going to just read out some excerpts. The child has 100 languages and 100 more, but they steal 99. The school and the culture separate the head from the body. They tell the child to think without hands, to do without head, to listen and not to speak, to understand without joy. And thus they tell the child that the 100 is not there. The child says, no way, the 100 is there. So this poem is by a person called Loris Malaguzzi, who is the founder of a very new approach to education for very young children, talking of young children. It's called the Reggio Emilia approach. And Reggio Emilia is just a very small town in Italy. And this was a municipal school where they started this whole thing of educating through the arts or through anything, observation, like Rabindranath Tagore would say, look at nature around you and learn from it. You've got the best guru sitting there. The trees and the plants, the earth, the soil, and you get children to ask questions and you build your entire curriculum around the questions that they ask. This is the way I think we should go further. I don't even know if the concept of school within walls will be there in 2047. It's slowly going. You have so many parents doing homeschooling. I don't know. I don't know what schools will look like in 2047. It's up to you to decide. But I think these values and this love of freedom of expression, but rooted in your local and national values, I think is the way to go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that powerful articulation, ma'am. One of the experiments we are doing in Delhi schools, we have started this pilot in 10 schools. We do many programs, especially developing arts curriculum for music, which is vocal music, dance, theater, and media arts. 5 streams we have started last year, and one of these streams is musical poetry. And it is about taking the poems in the English and Hindi language subjects and giving them a musical form and teaching them like a song along with pitch and melody and rhythm and giving them, so song is record. So you take the poem from the book, make it into a song with music and melody and rhythm and teach children the songs, and thereby they learn the musical aspects as well as, it's a joyful learning where they learn with joy and fun. So they learn the language, the comprehension also happens alongside music. Yes, ma'am.
No, I just wanted to chip in that as of now, the government schools, this is what is being done. Social studies and science is being, some excerpts of these are being set to music, and small parts, not everything can be taught.
Yeah.
Some of the parts so that, they learn it literally in a musical way.
Very nice. So this Tamil Nadu government, we've started this program called Ennum Ezhuthum last year for classes 1 and 2, where there is story corner, there is art corner, there is activities. Using these art activities and stories and songs, can they learn literacy and numeracy? Is an initiative the Tamil Nadu government has also started. We've also been partnering them. Time to turn to your own institution's proud alumnus, Shivashri. So quickly, Shivashri, talk about your, more than anything else, I'm deeply impressed with this Ahuti initiative. How you're looking at that initiative in terms of, documenting, preserving, propagating the 64 Indian art forms. I think that's something really fascinating. I think we would love to hear from you on that. And you can segue into your Vision 2047. From there, talk about how do you think you can, in your own understanding, in your own, your own vision for 2047.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. My namaskarams to all my gurus, Manasika gurus. Many of you might be wondering what a youngster like me is doing with such eminent artists as panelists here. Initially, even I didn't know what I was doing, but I literally try to grab every opportunity that I get to address youngsters like me, students like me, to try to make them understand the importance of Bharatiya culture. And this is one other opportunity that I literally wanted to grab from Vaidya Subramaniam sir when he was just mentioning about this festival. I just took the liberty to ask him, sir, can I not be a part of this? So, which is why I'm here today. And thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And about Ahuti, I would not like to talk about Ahuti per se, but the why of any organization or institution is why we are here now. So I would like to address the various problem statements that I saw when I was learning and when I started performing. I mean, practically it is not possible to match the number of hours of sadhana that the other artists have put in, but there is still a number that I have crossed. So through these years, I have seen that students that were learning with me and students that started learning after me, I have seen the trend as to how they have been learning from their gurus, how the relationship with their gurus have been, and how the guru-shishya parampara has changed over time. I had a student who shrugged her shoulders on me and said, it's not my job to remember. I'm coming to class every day so that you can remind me what the next step is. So I have seen this kind of a transition in the attitude of students. And this was an alarming transition which provoked me to come up with something like Ahuti. The first reason being that the problem statements can be divided into two, where we concentrate on the rural sector 1 and the urban sector 2. The rural kids, because I have been primarily concentrating on kids, they are the target because we are talking about 2047 and they are going to be the productive people during that time who are going to be Bharat. So I'm concentrating on them. And when we talk about rural kids, the problem statement is accessibility and affordability. Accessibility, yes, there have been so many organizations that have tried to do outreach programs. They've gone to rural places. They've gone to many villages inside and outside Tamil Nadu and have done various programs. But I have been part of a few programs that have happened that way. And to be very honest, I did not understand what was happening there because it was just some 3-4 compositions of composers that the students wouldn't know of will be performed there. And then finally, we will be getting mementos and we will leave. Finally, the students will not end up knowing what the activity is for. So when my guru, Mahesh Kaleji, asked me, why do you sing phrases that are not part of the notes that are there in that raga? For example, Todi. I could not give him a layman answer which could make him understand that. He could understand, but his point was a person who's not exposed to technical music will not be bothered about what you're saying now. So I thought music, dance, or any art form need not be taken to kids of the next generation with all its complexity right in the beginning. It has to be simplified to a great extent. By simplified, I have been envisioning so many things that can be done, out of which let me just name a few, where simple sahityas of Mirabai, of Kabir, of Krishna Chaitanya, of even Tyagaraja Swami, and we can take various composers, we can take small compositions of theirs, publish a book with a standardized meaning, translation, the padartha, tattvartha, vakyartha of all these lines, and make small textbooks. And these have to be introduced in schools as allied subjects which the students can take and study. We have English poems, we have Hindi poems. We have Sanskrit poems, but we do not have the Sahitya that music and dance repertoire has. So this can be one solid step that can be taken towards taking at least the Sahitya, if not the music, fully to the kids. Because one thing that is stopping the kids from taking up music is the hesitation whether they can make it there, whether they can make it to the stage, whether they will be able to sing, whether they will be judged based on how they sing. So these are the various problems that kids today face. And the other thing is they just don't understand and they don't like it. The second point is education doesn't stop within the four walls of a classroom or school, college, whatever. It starts with exposure right from home. In fact, if I have to go deeper into this, right from the mother's womb. So from that stage, the exposure to Indian classical art forms, be it music, dance, or any of the 64 art forms that is there for us, should be given to the children. And for example, this might sound very trivial, but these are the things that psychologically play a very important role in getting into the child's head. When they walk into a toy store, when they walk into a lifestyle inside a mall, we hear pop music. I'm not undermining any genre of music here. All music is the same, but as we always say, the grass is always greener on the other side. We tend to enjoy Western music or even film music for that matter more than what we have. So when we enter a lifestyle showroom or a bike showroom, a car showroom, we have music. We have music in a fine dining restaurant. So when we start introducing people to our music, our Sahitya in these places, this is going to definitely have a powerful psychological effect on people. They will start relating cool things with our music. This is what the next generation wants, to be included, to feel included. And with the onset of artificial intelligence, I think most of us are going to lose our livelihood if we just stay like this, because there's already Beethoven's music, which is being generated with artificial intelligence, and it's not going to take long to bring the Tyagaraja Kriti into it. So I think even machines will start composing new songs with its language database. So we are on the verge of losing our livelihood, where we literally have to buckle up and start doing a lot of things.
Thank you, Srivastri. I'll want you to summarize your Vision 2047 in terms of three angles. One is as a performing musician, the second from the angle of a teacher and a student, and the third from the angle of a Rasika. So how do you look at the Vision 2047? And I'll want to pass this on to Dr. Soumya and Madam also. So first you can. 25 years from now, what do you think the musicians should be doing? Performing musicians, what's the responsibility? How do you envision the future? Similarly for teachers and aspiring students. And the last bit, as Rasikas, the large population who need to be appreciating and enjoying music. The vision for each of them.
Yeah, so as a performer, I would want the audience to understand what I'm doing on stage. So I do not want people to just sit there, nod their heads. In fact, there is a joke where when we perform in Mylapore and the Kariga Vangara Mama Mamila Vanda Sabala Ukandrupa. So these are translating it. Just people who come out to buy provision and vegetables, they come and sit inside the auditoriums and they do not understand what is going on stage. They want 2 hours of air-conditioned space and they just go. Maybe 2 hours off from home. And this is not what we are aiming at. We want people to understand, we want people to appreciate what we are doing. So I think as performers, it is our responsibility to make them understand what we are doing, which is why I have started explaining whatever I'm singing. At least if they understand the meaning of the Sahitya, they will know, okay, this is what is going on. This is the bhava. This is the idea that is being conveyed in this particular song. But that cannot be done with a raga, alapana or a niraval. That is purely their job to understand. We can't do much about it because it is something comparatively more technical than the Sahitya bhava. So I would try to focus more on the bhava of the song rather than the technicalities, so that people feel more relatable to the music, and they will stay for longer, and they might even spread the word and bring more people because they start understanding the music. From what was the second perspective that you had mentioned, sir? Teacher. Rasika, yeah.
Audience,
As a teacher, um, today it is very difficult to be a teacher because we will have to consider so many things, and we'll have to be friendly. We can't question them. We will have to be in a position where we answer so many questions that we had never thought of as students. And because if we stand in front of our guru, I don't know, like even questions never seem to come here. We just used to listen to whatever they say. So it's a very new scenario today where we are in a position to answer so many questions. And yes, we will have to change with time. With time, people are changing, people are evolving, and I think teachers should also evolve. But we should ensure that the teachers, not just me, I have to learn a lot, of course, the teachers who are getting trained now to be the future teachers should be extremely knowledgeable in whatever they are doing. If not, for in-depth knowledge, nothing can answer questions that are being raised by the students. So with half-baked knowledge or with not much experience, one should not become a teacher, or if they decide to become a teacher, they should gain in-depth knowledge in that particular subject and in all the allied subjects that are associated with it. And that is a teacher's role. And as a Rasika, I think we need more institutions to bring more Rasikas rather than artists, because the Rasikatva has gone down to a great extent, because of which even the performance has seen a lot of mediocrity today. And it is the Rasikas who build artists. So if the Rasikatva has to grow, the artist has to take responsibility of that. And if the artist has to grow, the Rasikas have to take responsibility. It goes together. So it is a mutually advantageous thing that they'll have to give each other. So we'll have to bring up more institutions to train Rasikas. So maybe this can also be a point where training people in Indian art forms need not necessarily make them performers.
Yeah.
We'll have to give them the option of becoming an enthusiast, a connoisseur, a critic, a rasika, merely just appreciate music and be in bliss.
Yeah, very well said, Shivashri. I think the initiatives that we are talking about in schools, perhaps, when music is taught across schools, across all the states, you will see a broad base of Rasikas developing. That's the hope we have. Dr. Soumya, with your multiple hats, as the Vice Chancellor of a university, as a performer, as a teacher, so many hats, I think you will have your perspectives.
As a performer, as I've always urged all my colleagues and future gen, try to retain the tradition and explore within that. But there's so much even within that. We think there are restrictions, of different sorts, like the musical concepts. But if we are to really go back and look at how music has evolved through text, because that is what we have today of the past, and of course then our predecessors and the other trendsetters, if you look at them, we find that they've actually been very outgoing, inclusive, like Muthuswami Dikshit, as I said, composing, taking from other genre of music, Hindustan, in Western, even within India itself, and integrating, let's say, all the states and as totally as a Bharatiya culture. So that is what an artist performer has to do. Do that, and not just to bring in more people, resort to gimmicks and resort to theatrical performances. Make it musical and take it, because in my opinion, this is what I have done, following my gurus. We should enjoy what we do, so that when onlookers, they feel, oh, look at them, they're enjoying themselves. That is, we talk of vibes, we talk of, vibe and passing on positive vibes and things like energy levels. These are the key terminologies today. So if we are able to transmit that kind of an energy, that kind of vibes to the audience, you enjoy. Medal Okan, kashtapattandi, all sorts of things, and it's like as if, why should I do this at all? Go through all this. That's something. So stick to do that and enjoy what you do. Then the students also, the Rasikas also feel, why not I try? It can be Manodharmam, it can be Kalpita Sangeetam, it can be Sahityam, it can be Alapana, whatever. And this is what I would probably urge earnest students of music, aspiring musicians to do enjoy themselves. And as she rightly said, as a teacher, keep updating yourself, keep upgrading your knowledge at every point of time. There's no end to learning. That is for sure. Just because you sit on a stage and perform so many concerts or get any number of awards, it doesn't stop you from being a student. One has to be at it. There's no end. There's so much more to learn. That should be the thing for a teacher as well as a performer. And so what happens is that kind of a thing, when you pass it on to your students, when you say, see, I'm learning, why don't we have a discussion? Some healthy discussion, instead of making it today we will have a lecture on the Gamakas. That's going to make it boring.
Interaction.
Absolute interactions. When you're teaching, just tell them stories. Again, to go back to the lecture this morning, we talk of Puranas. They're not just some stories, concocted stories. Why not take from them and say, see, this is what happened. Take something, some parallels, draw parallels and tell them. And talk about instruments that have been mentioned. Mridangam gardirku. You find how Yudhishthira has used a beautiful mridangam. It's there in the Mahabharata. He has used it as a flag. So Thane adichukuma on the flag. And the mridangatla, automated mridangam, by the way. Instrument of Shiva was talk of artificial intelligence.
You have done research on Mridangam.
That is why. So this reference is there. When I say all these, then people are like, oh, wow. And you're being cool also, by the way, by saying all these. So that way, you also induct them into the culture as a whole, into music or dance or whatever be the art form. That is, so the teacher-student is always a mutual thing. So that way the student also gets respect. It's not, you don't demand saying, okay, do namaskaram now and things like that. They would want to do. And as a Rasika, definitely, and from an institution point of view, I can go through each of these. As she rightly said, an institution is not going to produce only performers. That's not possible. There may be singers, different genre. Even if they learn classical music, even if they are taught only classical music in an institution, they may sing other genre also, depending on opportunities that are available. It doesn't matter. End of the day, they're happy singing or pursuing some art form. It's okay because they know what it is. Then they're doing it with their complete knowledge, I would say. I hope so. But introducing the people at school level, introducing the students at school level to the niceties of the art as a whole, everything, a little of art, the integration, the culture, basically, it should be in Indian culture studies. I think we used to have, Radha, remember, Indian culture as a allied subject. So that was so good. Andamari, something like that, Indian culture. So you learn about all these art forms, and then you are like, you choose how I want to do this, and then you get into it. Instead of just saying musical, so to music, but most of the times, what I find in music is, school people start teaching Sarali Varsi, which puts them off. Which really puts them off. You have to teach them small songs, make them sing along in different languages. So what is there? As she said, Meera Bhajan, then a Tevaram, then it can be a Purandaradasar, Nama Sankirtanamari, some things for starters. Bhadrachala Ramdas, and the small things. And the it is very nice, students like it. And then you tell them stories along with it, bring in historical knowledge and other things. And then they decide whether they want to learn or they just want to remain Rasikas. So next time and guided listening at that stage is also very nice. And concerts, small concerts, not for about 2 hours, nobody will sit through. Even as a student, even I wouldn't sit through a 2-hour concert in a school or a college. Half an hour, nalla chicken jammun or half an hour concert.
T20 concert.
Yes, T20 for starters. And then they would crave for more. That should be the way to go. I know I want more. Should be the way to go is what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. நீங்க சொன்னதுல lot of it applies to teaching engineering subjects also. Enjoying and having a conversation with the students, be it digital signal processing or fluid mechanics or whatever. Over to you, ma'am.
So, yeah, sorry.
Students in any institution or whatever, be happy, please. Model, if you say every party, when you normally ask, how did you sing? And if you are going, that is the attitude of your attitude towards your music, how do you expect the audience to clap for you?
So true. I think that applies to any domain of learning. Enjoying what you learn.
Not clap, you said, yes. So we had asked for time till 45 and we are already on 51 and I am the last obstacle to lunch. So I'll say only one thing. They've said most of it. But I want to just say, as a professional teacher and teacher educator for many, many years, you can't expect the foot touching guru position of the teacher anymore. What we have to be are facilitators. In fact, the best example I've seen of good teaching is when you didn't know where the teacher was in the classroom. And the children were completely engaged in what they were doing. Completely engaged. And they were doing really high quality thinking, critical analysis, all of it. And all the teacher had done was set the task and you didn't know where he was. That I think really we have to get there for any subject, whether it's mechanical engineering or it's music or it's dance.
Fabulous thought to close the panel with. So Dr. Vaidya, next time I think we need a 3-hour session for stalwarts like what we have here. Thank you all so much. It's over to lunch now. All of you can enjoy the lunch. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. We'll go to the third panel discussion, which is on Sangeetha and Natya Festival, organization and management. Music and dance festivals are a very important part of the cultural landscape, providing opportunities for artists to showcase their talent and for the audience to experience a wide range of artistic tradition. However, the management of these festivals can be complex with a range of logistical, financial, and artistic consideration. It is my privilege to invite the moderators for our third panel discussion, Dr. Rama Kausalya, retired principal, Tamil Nadu Government Music College, Tiruvayar, the managing trustee of Marab Foundation, Tillesthanam. Marabu. On the panel, we have Sri Kannan Balakrishnan, Veena Vidwan, and a cultural organizer. Sir, inviting you to the stage. Srimati Revati Ramachandran, Director, Kalakshetra Foundation. And Dr. Radha Bhaskar, musician, museologist, and co-founder, Mudra Cultural Organization. Now I invite Srinivasan sir to felicitate the guests. Handing over the session to Dr. Rama ma'am.
Okay.
True. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Vamakucha, Negita Veena, Paradam Sangeetha Matrikam Vande. ஆய கலைகள் 64 ஏய உணர்விக்கும் எண்ணம்மை தூய உரு பளிங்கு போல்வாள் என் உள்ளத்தினுள்ளே இருப்பாள் வாராது காணிடர். 64 kinds of arts is called Chaturshashtikala. ஆயக்கலைகள் 64. They include Geeta Vidya, Vadya Vidya, Nritya Vidya, Natya Vidya. But I used to say organizing and management of Sangeetha and Natya festivals is 65th Kala. There are several types of music festivals, 1 day to several days. 1 day festivals are organized in connection with the centenary or Sadabshekam of a guru or special occasions in temples like Sivaratri or Vaikuntha Ekadashi. Sometimes these types may also held for several days. Annual festivals are conducted as Anjali to great Vagayakaras or great saints such as Saint Tyagaraja Aradhana, Sri Narayan Tirtha Aradhana, and Sri Sadasiva Brahmendra and likes. Natyanjalis are organized during Sivaratri as an offering to the great dancer Nataraja. In olden days, temples were the center of activity of any society. They were looked after by the rulers well. There were also connoisseurs of dance and music like the successive rulers of Tanjavur, Cholas, Nayaks, and Marathas. Since they arranged the programs, there was no question of funding. Rulers created endowments in some places, and there were officials look after the arrangements. The rulers created endowments as well as individuals also created endowments. They also had their own persons to look after the arrangements. Each and every temple vibrated with music and dance. After the rains ended, it shifted to zamindars and the landlords, mirasdars. Now each and every day of temple Brahmotsavam is sponsored by individual persons, Mandapadidarargal. According to their convenience and wish, they themselves arrange special Nadasam group for the procession of the deity Vidula to concert artists. Every aspect connected with the programs are the responsibility of their respective Mandapadidarar. The 20th century saw the emergence of sabhas throughout the nation. In Tamil Nadu, Chennai became the center of such activities, and many of the districts followed suit. The organizations were found and patronized and headed by affluent and art-loving public personalities. Now the programs conducted by a lot of organizations during the month of December earned the name December season. The major patrons and sponsors are corporates and to some extent ticket-buying audience. The annual Aradhana festivals, Natyanjalis, and thematic series like the Veena Mahotsav managed by Sri Kannan Balakrishnan and other music and dance festivals are, though managed by a committee and declared as a teamwork, the major responsibility is shouldered by a single person in many festivals. One man show. Now we are standing on our own topic. Many challenges are there in front of the organizers nowadays. Number one, funding. Then choosing the artist. Advertisements, accommodating the artist, stage management, etc., etc. You know well, we artists are very sensitive and emotional too. During dwindling strength of the audience is another problem. For this, Dr. Radha Bhaskar and Sri Bhaskar of Mudra have found a new way. Srimati Revati Ramachandran heads a Mammoth institution that conducts music and dance festivals throughout the year. They have other organizations invited the participants, but they invite other artists as well. They have their own productions. So the tension response is more than others. On that note, I open the panel. They will be discussing about the challenges they face in organizing such festivals and about the future of such festivals and their suggestions. I open this panel discussion with Srimati Revati Ramachandran. You know well, she heads the Kalakshetra organization, and it's very unique, and they have their own stamp, and she has also her own problems in as an government organization, and multiple styles of functioning, and their own production as well as invited audience, invited artist. Now over to Srimati Revati Ramachandran.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Namaskaram to Paduka. She's my guru. And Shri Ramakausalya ma'am, Radha Bhaskar, and Kannan were all seated here as my co-panelists and the moderator. And all of you who are gathered here, the scholars and others who have gathered here, and the students who have gathered here. So here we are going to talk about what are the challenges that a person faces when organizing a Sangeetha and Natya festivals. As ma'am already pointed out, that we see that festivals have been important part of the culture of India. I think even when Paduka taught me the Natya Shastra, she said that the first program itself was a festival. It was Indra Banner Festival where the first program of drama was enacted, and it was in a festival, and there were problems even in that, I think. It created. So there are problems which are there. It can be due to Deva, or it can be due to Atmatika, Adi Bhautika, all these are there. But the most important, which we think is important, has become what is we call as material. That is what we look at funding. So that is considered as a major kind of block for festivals. I have been part of, like, my association with Kalakshetra and the government organization has been for the past 4.5 years. Earlier, we were running organizations like the International Dance Alliance and other organizations which were also having festivals. So at that time, the funding was the main problem, but we had the cooperation of the artists and we could put everything together. You know, in the Hindu tradition, the art of classical dance and music are supposed to be of divine origin. And as we said, temples have always been the place where these were performed. And it was again brought out so that the public could view it. That was also a very important part. And now there are certain things which define what is success, which we have to rethink, I think. When we look at the roadmap for 2047, it is very important to let the younger generation think about what is the concept of success. What is success? What we define as success now is how big a house you have, in what type of car you travel back home, where you go, whether you travel abroad so many number of times, in which concern you're working. But do we look at what is the actual success? Actual success is having peace of mind, is having some leisure with oneself. So there should be a thought process where you desire. Paduka told about the jnana and also the karta shakti, where we are now all only bhokta, a person as a bhokta, as an experiencer. We want to get the maximum benefit from this world. Like, we are looking at what experiences we get, but we are not looking at what we can give, what we can know from the world. These are two things, the jnana shakti and also the shakti of desiring to do something. Kartatvam has become very less. So this is one major thing which I think each one of us should focus, so that we give our youngsters a different definition of what is success. This is very, very important to look at. Whether be it a festival that we are organizing, what is a success in a festival? What do you consider success in this particular conference that we are holding? It is to how many is it, what we're going to gain out of it, but what we're going to give to the society. This is one major thing which I think each one has to look at. You know, like when I look at Kalakshetra Foundation and its founder, Srimati Rukmini Devi, I wish to quote some of her sayings, which she has given as, she has called as custodians of culture. And this was a speech which was given, a lecture which was given to her to the students at the Indraprastha College, New Delhi, on 18th of December 1940. And she has said, the important thing for us as Indians is that we should try to do as much as we can to reveal the spirit of India in our arts and to understand something of the deep teachings that India gives us. She's also said, if we want to be great, we must learn first to be ourselves. A great musician, a great dancer, a great artist did not become great by copying. Only by being himself, they become great. And the keynote of Indian culture has been for all times spiritual. Spiritual ideals thrill the people of India. Even today, if you express spiritual ideals, everybody is thrilled, and there is an immediate response. Everywhere in India, art has been dedicated to the highest. For example, when you go to the South Indian temple, you'll find places which are historically famous because some great composer had read his first composition there. Some great writer recited his first piece of poetry, or maybe some great dancer first danced there. So this was her idea even back in the 1940s when she said that artists are the custodians of culture. And now when we look at the government of India and what we are doing to the intangible heritage of our country, of course, there have been many organizations. The Ministry of Culture has become very, very important because as soft power, we are now gaining, we are realizing the importance of the heritage to which we belong. And the schemes which have been put up by our beloved Prime Minister are all focused on Jan Bhagidari and also on Ek Bharat, Shreshta Bharat. All these are the feelings which our Prime Minister is putting it up to people. And we're having varied forms of festivals which are being financed by the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which had taken such a big level of reach to the public. And so when you look at the intangible cultural heritage, the Ministry of Culture has under it many organizations who organize festivals where artists are benefited, and there is reach to the public. Of course, the National School of Drama, the Indira Gandhi National IGNCA, of which Paduka is also an executive member, the Sahitya Academy, the Sangeetha and Natya Academy, the Lalit Kala Academy. Then we have the Center for Cultural Resources, CCRT. Then we have Kalakshetra Foundation, the zonal cultural centers where there are many, the South Zone, North Zone, East Zone, West Zone, South Central Zone, North Central Zone, Northeast Zone. There are so many, I don't know whether any of you are aware of this. This is the gamut of organizations under the Ministry of Culture, which is doing work 24/7. I can tell you, after my working in this organization, we are working 24/7, trying to promote culture, trying to preserve heritage, trying to work every day, even at night, 10:30, 11, I get calls from my boss asking me, you have to do this, you have to make this festival. Recently, the ministry also gave us, as far as Kalakshetra is concerned, we are now an autonomous body under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. It was founded by Srimati Rukmini Devi in the year 1936. She did find it very difficult to put things together. And she created so many 25 to 26 dance dramas for which she had to sell her jewelry. She did so much of work. It was difficult, but she put together, she institutionalized the art form, and she gave, and not only the art, but she also the other crafts, which she thought it was very important for the people at that time to take pride in, because we were, when many people were working towards independence, she wanted to work towards renaissance of the art form. And similarly, I think Paduka's father also believed so much in that. That was the reason they gave their heart and soul to and that is why we are where we are today, at least. I think they should be acknowledged to a very great extent at this point of juncture, because it's because of them that such a thing has happened. And of course, with the ministry functioning, taking over Kalakshetra Foundation, we do get grants. So conducting festivals is a joy. when we are able to give the artists and also give it to the public. It's a joy when we are with the Ministry of Culture. And so this has become part and parcel of the cultural circles now with the ministry. And what do we have to do for future? As I told you, it is very, very important now to reach to the younger generation, to reach to them, to teach them that just being someone somewhere and earning money, material benefits is not all. There's something more. You can earn everything, anything, but there won't be a peace of mind. The peace of mind comes with knowledge of such art forms, with knowledge of having some leisure in your mind. And that is most important. So recently, actually, the Ministry of Culture asked Kalakshetra Foundation to move out of Kalakshetra Foundation and conduct some programs, like it was an international festival of dance and music, which was conducted in 3 places other than in Chennai. So we went to Ahmedabad, then we went to Dehradun, as well as to Bengaluru. And we presented a series of programs. It was all put together. It was not very serious. Like it was half an hour of very good programs which were put together. And we also had sessions where we interacted with the children. And like when you interact with the children, there were some Spanish dancers who also participated in this event. It's completely funded by the Ministry of Culture, and also some Egyptian dancers. So I would like to I'd like to show you how children can be easily molded in the light. On the light. This is how the children were reacting. How art form can mold a person.
Is Idakya.
So this was, the theme was association, connection, and succession. So association with the past, connecting through art, and giving it to the succeeding generation. That was the theme behind Amritam Gamaya. And so we had carried it to so many schools. And I think it's very, very important, as I said, to instill in the minds of the younger children the more important philosophies of life rather than making it materialistic. I think that is one important point. And festivals, of course, have so many organizations. Like in Kalakshetra, we have a definite pattern which we have to feature. We cannot go outside it. And so but it is all a joy when put together and put on stage. So I think it's a joy to give festivals. Of course, it has all its hardships. As she said, it's the 65th Kala. She said that I do appreciate. But there is a joy in giving. And I think even though there is a problem to it, but it is in us to take it up so that we present to the younger generation what life is all about. Success is not being popular, it's not being somewhere having money, but it is something else which they have to think back. That is my feeling. Thank you.
It was very interesting. She raised two questions. One is goal. What is the goal of any presentation? To us, arts are music and dance, particularly, and moksha sadhana. When others discarded them as Hamodibram, we took it as moksha sadhana. So the goal is, ultimate goal is peace of mind. To is defeat of enmity. So it was very described, and how to take it to younger generation in easy and convenient way. This one was very interesting, and it is our responsibility to take our art to next generation. So we have to find ways which should be satisfactory and which should be readily acceptable to the children, and it is done by them. Thank you very much for the presentation. Though you have no funding problem, you have others also, like other problems. I know other problems also. Some can be expressed, some cannot be revealed. We know, but altogether your programs, throughout the year they are conducting programs, all are successful programs. Thank you, Mr. Program. Next is Srimati Radha Bhaskar, known as Mudra Radha Bhaskar. They are conducting, she is not only a teacher, organizer, researcher, musicologist, performer, all put in one. I don't know how she managed all these things, but she is successful in all the attempts in her life.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakausalya, for those kind words. A very good afternoon to all of you. We have been given the topic Sangeetha and Natya Festival Organization and Management. I will be sharing my own experiences here because of the fact that myself and my husband, Mr. Mudra Bhaskar, have founded an organization called Mudra, which is 28-year-old now. So the topic itself will be covered from my own perspective, from the viewpoint of my own life experiences. So I think that will make it more relevant and more realistic also, rather than laying down codes and saying this should be done or that should be done. So, well, when we started in 1995, the Sabha, already there were many very popular Sabhas in the field, doing very well, in fact. So a very senior secretary came and asked us, when there are so many Sabhas, why do we need another one? That was the first question. And 28 years back, I was rather young at that time. So the first challenge was to show to the cultural world that we are not yet another Sabha, but we are going to be something very different. It was a big challenge for us because first thing, of course, as against government organizations, the funding quotient, we started off with zero, to be honest. We didn't have any money in my hand. We were just newly married then. And but the burning desire to do something for the society, in terms of contributing something valuable and meaningful. And that is what made us start the Sabha. So over the years, every time it has been that there has been the benchmark that we are not just another organization going into organizing festivals and just monotonous concerts one after the other. So that is what set us apart also, I could say. Now, the first thing, of course, in the cultural field to maintain your reputation is that you have to keep within the traditional boundaries. That is very important. You can't cross the domain. But at the same time, you have to be very innovative in your approach. You have to show that you have chosen a different path to discover the same things as others have done, but then you choose a different path for your journey. And that is what makes you also very different. And so here, again, another very important point for any organization, I would say, is that we should not be doing things differently just for the sake of doing it different. That will lead you to nowhere. It should be a beautiful process of evolution where the outcome has to show something different, but the intention is not just like you start off and say that I want to do something different. And here I would say that the first festival that we organized, that itself was a very big, I would say, revolution in the sense of when every Sabha in the December festival was organizing the normal concert. That is what is happening even now. Of course, now thematic concerts are there. Probably we were the first also to organize our very first festival as an entire thematic festival. That was a big challenge because we really don't know how the people are going to take it, because everybody is used to hearing a general kacheri only. So making it thematic was a big challenge, but then it became very successful. Now here, one point I want to share with you is that the first important thing for any Sabha is organizing of meaningful events of Carnatic music. First thing is mere passion is not enough. We should have a good knowledge of the system, a lot of thought and research, and a deep passion to keep things going amidst all odds. Remember, this is an honorary job. It does not fetch you any remuneration, but it's more a labor of love and a passion for the art that keeps you going. And this has also involved sacrifices at different levels. Let me tell you that, because especially when we started the organization, any organization for that matter, when you really want to take it to good heights, we did not know what was day, what was night, what was family. So many sacrifices were made. So for any organization, why I'm sharing is that in the initial stages, this kind of input is very important for the blossoming of the Sabha. And here I would also like to share with you the fact that we were, like, as I said, always looking at trying to be innovative in the sense that how can we make the whole content more presentable and interesting to people. So in that context, we have tried out many experimentations, like we organized many festivals like the One Raga One Kriti Festival, Tala Festival, Pallavi Festival, Tukada Festival, Janaka Janya Festival, and so many conferences, workshops, and of course the main project which all of them were talking in the music education, that is also a pioneer, I would say we were, in terms of what we had devised as called as the MAP, Music Appreciation Program. Because I always feel that our artists are very competent in terms of, if you give them a theme, they are ever ready to work on it, work hard on it and present it to the best. But when there is no good receiver on the other end, I think the project fails totally. So it is a beautiful conversation. Any concert, I would say, is a beautiful conversation between the artist and the Rasika. So in the conversation, like if I'm going to speak in Japanese and you're going to sit there and not be able to understand, it's the same situation actually. So that wavelength is very important, and that's where we started organizing this music appreciation programs. I'm happy to share that more than 10,000 people we have covered through this program, where it is where we make the Rasikas understand that the end purpose of music listening is all about appreciation, enrichment, enlightenment. When you understand that, you don't think of what you gain from a concert. When you come here and, always you're on the lookout for that sense of enrichment and enlightenment through a concert. So that was a major thing we wanted to do In fact, we have tried out various methods, I would say, in terms of this enlightenment, because ultimately everybody has been talking about that, and we also feel that whether it is the younger generation, right from children to the old people, the main thing is today the problem is that of having discerning rasikas. We have very, very good performers. Youngsters are performing exceedingly well. They are so intelligent, so challenging. They are ready to give so much to us. But from the organization point of view, I have also been going around to all the sabhas in the December festival. To be honest, except for the star performers, we never had more than a handful of audience for many of the concerts. So this can be very disappointing to the musician also, because of the fact that I always say, whether there are 5 people in the audience or 500 or 5,000, there is no compromise on our sincerity or our delivery. So but if there is a discerning audience there, I'm sure that our output will be multifold. So that's what I think is very, very important from the organizational point of view. What she was saying is that about creating a knowledgeable audience through various means, as they mentioned in the earlier session, right from the schools, how we can inculcate this. In fact, that also we tried. Actually, because of the COVID, we had to put a stop. I was doing my, through Mudra, we were doing regular free workshops for Ramakrishna Mission School children and all. When she was showing this, I was just recollecting that also. Where every month we used to go and teach them these small bhajans and other things. Like Dr. Swami also said that Sarali Varsa Janta Varsa doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. Because, see, we are a privileged lot where we have heard so much of music, but going and teaching those children was actually, at one point of time, I couldn't even reconcile myself that this kind of people could exist in this world. Because for them, they don't know what is music. They have never seen anybody perform a concert, so they don't even know how a concert setup looks. So when we taught them a song, believe me, it was like opening up a new world to them. And every month after I used to finish and come out, that question was, Akka ninga apra eppo varuvinga? That yearning to learn, that was, that time only I realized that what a privileged people we are, where we are surrounded by music. So for us, it may seem very weird that how can somebody be like this? So that kind of children, that kind of a generation of rasikas, to bring them into the fold of Carnatic music is a Herculean task. But then if that is achieved, I'm sure that our job is well done. One more challenge which we are facing today as organizers, of course, as private organizations, the permanent challenge is the financial quotient. Every festival that we organize is like walking on a rope, because every sponsor has their own demands, and those demands don't match our values. So sometimes, many times, I would say, honestly, we have said no to some sponsors because of the fact that they didn't fit into the kind of value system that we wanted to project. So this is a very tough situation where they offer you big money, but they lay down certain rules and say, these are the artists to be featured. This is the way you have to present the festival, and so many things are there. But my husband is a much more perfectionist, I would say. I would at least be like, wavering, Seri Pandalama, he will say, no. We are following one path. Come what may, whatever be the odds, whatever be the hurdles, we have chosen a path until the last, the journey should be only on that path. So that is something nobody can raise a point against this value system that we have followed through our organization. So that is a very challenging thing for a private organization. Why I want to share, not only myself, any private organization, especially the smaller organizations like us who don't have our own space, that is another big problem. Some sabhas have their own space. So we don't know. This year they are giving the space. Next year, whether we'll get the same space to organize. We didn't. Actually, now we are. And that's also another reason how God also has got a role to play in terms of devising our path. That's the last thing I want to share here. Like with the COVID coming in, all the artists would know that. See, every artist, the yearning is to keep singing, keep dancing till the last breath. That is what we want. Money and all, everything is different. So in the COVID time was a very tough time where everybody wanted to put out their artistic skill in some way or the other. You would have seen hundreds and thousands of postings on Facebooks and everything. You get up in the morning. I also did that sometime, of course, because of the fact that we couldn't really bring out our talent. We couldn't meet our co-artists. You can imagine the kind of trauma that we have faced where every time we are sitting in the concert enjoying with our accompaniment, now we are not able to meet them, we are not able to contact them. So that was one thing. But that's what has led, a good positive thing is that it has led to a lot of online concerts. So now that is the part that we have adopted for the last 1 year, where we have totally moved online. Because some people are also arguing on this and saying that live concert mari varuma. No, it can never come, because in the live concert we always have that beautiful connect, the rapport. But there is also a reality here that in live concerts, if there are about 100 or 200, in an online concert we are able to reach a global audience. Probably somebody sitting in Antarctica also can sit and watch my concert here. So that advantage that we are able to get through this is there. So the online concerts have also taken a major role, I would say, in terms of replacing. This is another big challenge that the music world is facing, where we are flooded with so much of online material that we don't know what to choose. That is another big problem here that is happening. The digital media, but of course, as I said, everything has got its positive aspects. And the challenge for every organization now is to find a proper via media between live concerts and the online concerts. That is how to retain the mode of live concerts intact and at the same time trying to be online also. So finally, I would like to share the fact that as far as private organizations are concerned, one big advantage is that we can charter the course of our journey. Unlike a government organization where you have certain rules and frames and you have to work within that. Especially, in fact, many people have asked me, ஒரு ஹஸ்பண்ட் அண்ட் ஒய்ஃப் சேர்ந்து எப்படி நடத்துறோ தெரியல, வீட்லயே எவ்வளவு சண்டை சர்ச்சல், 2 பேர் சேர்ந்து 28 வருஷம் ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன் எப்படி நடத்தினேன். This has been in the mind of many people, let me tell you. I suppose that argument, counter argument, all that has led to productive kind of outcome for the organization also. It's not that we never argued. Every day morning we sit and argue, and my husband always says, na idu sonnalum nee vaandan first sollu appuram venum solluven. This is always there. But the point of doing vandam is to try to question for ourselves whether we are doing the correct thing, whether we are going the correct path, because I don't want to be faithful to my husband on that account at least, because there we are, I am a researcher. So I will try to pose questions and ask, why do you want it to do it this way? And then like that we keep on talking about it, and then something beautiful evolves out of it. So that is how the organization should work. So finally, I would also like to say that for every organization, the intention is not only to be organizing events, but every organizer has to be well equipped in terms of knowledge. That is very important, because then only he can elevate the Rasika. Otherwise, he will only think of entertaining the Rasika. All the time you'll see that if you are yourself not knowledgeable as an organizer, you'll only think of the entertainment quotient and how much crowd you can bring. இவ்வளோ crowd வந்ததா, I am happy. அதே மாதிரி ஆன்லைன்ல இவ்வளோ லைக்ஸ் வந்ததா, இவ்வளோ ஹிட்ஸ் வந்ததா, I am happy. But that is not the quotient. As Revati ma'am was also telling, what is the success quotient if you want to see? So there lies the kind of a dilemma, where you have to find a proper via media between maintaining traditional values. Of course, entertainment is the basic thing. Without entertainment, arts cannot survive. So I don't say that entertainment is a bad word. Many people say entertainment, the music again. First step for bringing somebody into the fold of music itself is entertainment. Then you may talk about enlightenment, enrichment, or enhancement, or whatever, and then finally the peace of mind, everything comes next. But first, to gain that interest, it has to be entertaining. So for that, we have to work out. So this is a very, very vast topic, and I probably could 28 years of experience cannot be summed up in the matter of 10 minutes, but I wanted to just share my views that running a private organization has its own challenges. But nevertheless, when you're able to fulfill whatever you dream of, can be a very gratifying and satisfying experience. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Madam. As far as the Mudra organization is concerned, Radha Bhaskar and Bhaskar have made for each other. I know there may be arguments. Without argument, nothing can happen. There must be arguments, regulates everything, but the outcome is the success of Mudra. There were some terms passion, sacrifice, enlightenment, values, raising the standard of the audience, strength. Okay. But we have to overcome all these things. There should be passion. We should enlighten the audience. Okay. But the strength, as far as the audience taste, some 50 years back, I remember, even our Totakaran, Miss Kavakaran, used to sing beautiful Kalyani because of those days city songs. MK Daran songs, they used to sing very beautiful Kalyani. I still remember. But nowadays, what they hear? So, distractions are many now. In those days, there was no distraction in their life. So they heard only good things. There was no waste of time in their life. Even children had the patience to hear. Now the children have no patience to hear. And even when we were children, we used to go and sit in front row, even for Harikatha, Karakshepams, Bhajanas, everything in our village, the children would be in the front row. Without disturbing, we used to, without knowing or unknowingly, we had lots of information got from, especially Chitra's grandma, Kamala Muddema, and others used to come to a village and hear. And we had that patience to hear, and we got lots of information from them, and that indirectly developed our hearing, developed our standard of hearing, standard of choosing good concerts. All concerts are good concerts, but some are good. Because without any effort, nobody can go to the stage and sing. You have something new or something talent in that person is there. But raising the standard of the audience is a big question. Without again and again regulating, she's doing a very good thing, that appreciation course as well as go to the children and to trace them. At least the next generation, the past two generations, we did lot of damage to our culture. We did the culture damage. But if we go to the children, and as she said, without technically approaching them, little by little, slightly approach them in easy ways, definitely they will turn into good rasikas in future. The future, I see bright future, as they often talk about 23 years after. Definitely 23 years after, the children who are trained by us will definitely become at least good audience, if not artist, at least good audience. So this is a very good positive approach by Radha Bhaskar and Bhaskar. I always appreciate them and look at them as how they do it. Whenever they send an invitation, the first question in my mind will be, what are they going to do for company? She used to say, zero. Very courageous husband and wife. Thank you, Radha, for your enlightening approach to the art. The next speaker is our Sri Kannan Balakrishnan. Organization is in his genes, in his gene and his blood. He's a very good organizer. Take the Veena Mahotsav or his coordination. He's coordinating the Natyajiri in our Kaveri Delta very brilliantly. So he has a lot of things to say about. After that, he is backbone of the Nitya art festivals also. With Padma Subramaniam. He's doing a lot in the organization of their festivals of their organization. They have that as other institutions. I used to appreciate their innovative programs and searching for good talents. They promote good talents always. And now Kanan will speak about the challenges he faces and the future. That is what I need. The very aim of this program is suggestion for future. I expect such suggestions from Shikana or Tikana.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. My namaskarams and warm greetings to Dr. Rama Kausalya, Srimati Revati Ramachandran, Dr. Radha Bhaskar, and all the esteemed seniors, veterans, and rasikas. First of all, I would like to, on behalf of the entire artistic fraternity, thank and congratulate the entire team of Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture, SASTRA University, in the Indian knowledge system, the entire team for coming up with this brilliant idea of DHARA. And that too, Sangeetha and Natya Parampara. What is Parampara? This one beautiful word connects the past with present and takes all of us into the future. So we are here to discuss some of the challenges. At the same time, try and evolve a plan for Vision 2047. See, the long-term planning, as my aunt Dr. Padma Subramaniam mentioned this morning, instead of a 5-year plan, it is such a wonderful thing that our revered Prime Minister Shri Modi ji has given actually a responsibility to each and every Indian to plan for the next 25 years. Basically, every Indian should be equally and deeply concerned about the protection of our rich heritage and culture. Music and dance being part of performing arts, I strongly feel that every family, every parent, if not before, at least now, should make sure that their child should learn some or other traditional art form. It can be music, it can be dance, it can be drama, it can be traditional painting, or the beautiful Tanjavur painting which is being given to a lot of all the guests today morning. Because when we talk of performing arts, first of all, basically we need performers in 2047. So we should make sure that the first responsibility lies with the parents in nurturing their child's talent, see what is their interest. As a matter of interesting information, I would like to inform you that, because when aunt was in Russia in early 60s, apparently there was a huge hall like this and all the tiny tots were sent into that room which had lots of activities, music, dance, science, and they observed every child for 1 whole month and then noted it down, and they knew what the child is interested in, so that you don't trust something on the child. So it's the teacher's responsibility in school plus the parents' responsibility to make sure that the child is initiated into some traditional art form or the other. The responsibility also lies with all of you youngsters who are going to, by God's grace, some of you are married, maybe married, you are going to become parents. And so it's a responsibility on your side, because 2047 is what the target is. The guru-shishya parampara is the holiest of holy relationship. That is what has to be nurtured, cultivated. Probably, you will have to inculcate it into each and every child, because the teacher is there. Shivashri was mentioning a point when she was speaking. So you have to make sure that the child, ultimately the goal is for her or him to become a performer, so that the performing arts in 2047 is taken care of. Well, we have a huge need for performing arts to be taught at the school level. There is a huge content of that which is already happening. I'm not saying no, but I strongly emphasize the need for an accelerated thrust in the entire concept of performing arts being part of the syllabus at the school level. Catch them young. This is a very simple formula. Well, of course, the offline and online classes have made a lot of difference. Well, to just little bit be on the lighter side, people used to, as part of festivals, used to go and cling after sabha for chances. But then you know what has happened during this pandemic. I know one case where the father went and left the child for the first class, vocal class. The child is a small one. Sarigama Padanisa, Sarali Varisha, all that was over. Next day morning, you know what happened? The child went Facebook Live. Anyway, so that's the power of the social media, and I only hope that it is used effectively and positively. Now, all these will take care of the protection of performing arts, basically. We have, of course, as Aunt mentioned, ICCR is taking care of all the foreign students coming and performing and learning and performing here. There's a tremendous rise in interest from the foreigners to learn our Indian, the Bharatiya, Indian art, Bharatiya culture. Now, coming to the performances and the festivals of music and dance, there is no dearth for talent. There is no dearth for cultural organizations. But then there is always a gap between, if I can use the phrase, demand and supply. The slots available are limited, but the artists are available in plenty. But then, fantastic artists are having a compulsion to come and perform, say, at 1 p.m. I mean, my personal humble opinion is that the first thing which I would like to mention is we should have some sort of an arrangement where all the artists are given good slots. Make the festivals go through the entire year, 24/7, 365 days, barring weather conditions. And if Indonesia can have a daily Ramayana program in Prambanan, why not India? Let us have in all the major cities and in the villages. So this is what I would like to emphasize. Well, of course, it has already been mentioned that about my handling the Veena Mahotsavam since 2009 and the Natyanjali festival since 2001. Well, that is all well known in the cultural field. It gives us tremendous Atma Tripti in coordinating one major music and one major dance event annually. On the concluding side, I would like to mention very clearly that there is a joint responsibility towards achieving this 2047 goal. Number one, by the artist. Number two, the parents to encourage their children in the respective art forms. Number three, Rasikas, including youngsters, to build up an audience base. Number four, the various cultural organizations. Number five, sponsors, including the central government and the state government agencies. Various organizations are there. Srimati Revati Ramchandran gave a list of those for your information. Well, of course, last but not the least, the media, they should, a very simple thing. If a dog in an actress house gives birth to a puppy, that comes as a headline in the first page, right? No harm in that, no problem. But then art should be given its due in the media, and I sincerely hope that that will improve. Well, of course, the central and state governments have been supporting art and culture in a big way, and much should be coordinated to make sure that proper funding is taken care of for good events and meaningful events. All I can say is that there's a tremendous scope for Goddess Saraswati to build up for 2047. And I do sincerely hope that Goddess Mahalakshmi also will join Goddess Saraswati in making sure of a great Bharat in 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shikana. It's time to conclude. In short, all the three panelists are good organizers in their own way. And we have a lot of inputs from their experiences. And as Kanan listed out, there are many factors go to a successful organizing of any festival. Basically, everybody is for good funding and the raise of the standard of audience. Both are emphasized by each and everybody, and hope we will work towards that goal in future. Thanks a lot. I thank the Department of Culture, Department of Education, Government of India, SASTRA University for making me part of this great event, and all the participants who have gave their inputs successfully. And above all, I also thank the audience also for the patient hearing. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
On the last note, I would like to thank Dr. Ramakosalia on behalf of all the panelists here for taking us and guiding us so well through this panel discussion to make it really very meaningful and worthwhile. Thank you so much.
Now we will move on to the next panel discussion on technology for preservation and propagation. Technology has the potential to play a significant role in the preservation and propagation of music and dance, both in terms of preserving and documenting these art forms, and in terms of promoting and sharing them with the wider audience. Today, it is my honor to invite the moderator for the fourth panel discussion, Professor Gandhi S. Murthy, the National Coordinator, IKS Division, and Professor, IIT Indore. The panelists for the discussion are Sri S.L. Narasimhan, music archivist, founder, Arangam Online, trustee, Ghana Priya Foundation, inviting you to the dais, sir. Sri Surendran Ravindran, mridangist, founder and CEO, B Musician, inviting you, sir. And we have Sri Ramesh Vinayagam, music director, founder, chairman, Music Temple Private Limited. Okay. We have Sri Ramesh Vinayakam, music director, founder, chairman, Music Temple Private Limited. Now handing over to Murthy ji for the session. Before that, Srinivasan sir will give the felicitation to the guest. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much again for saying that. And this session is going to talk about technological preservation and propagation of music, Natya Shastra. And because when we look at Bharatiya Parampara, it has always been a very dynamic parampara. It has never been a static parampara. One of the fundamental aspects of our parampara has been that it is always a questioning parampara. We always question about why is something so. And this fundamentally differentiates our culture. And of course, the sacredness and looking the non-separation of sacred and secular, dancer and dance, basically how you cannot separate Ishara, all that essentially that's fundamental to our Bharatiya Dhyara. so when you look at it, I come from engineering background, so when you look at science, one of the things that we think about when we think about science is that science is connected from the civilizational substratum where it is developed. But that is not true. When you look at science, it has two components. There is a methods perspective, which is something that keeps evolving, and there is a principles which are brought to the civilization where the science was developed. So any Parampara will have that civilizational foundations. Uh, the methods keep evolving. Give you what that means. Say that in the Ayurveda perspective. So if you look at it, we talk about asmas in Ayurveda. In Siddha medicine, they're used in many medicinal have been mentioned again. And when you look at it, there are traditional methods of Ayurveda where we look at how you define the asma in terms of Nischandra from Bharatanatyam. These different methods to evaluate the asma. But then, at the same time, you can also use most modern equipment. Like you can use a scanning electron microscope, or you can use an atomic absorption microscope. All those things can be used to study the same material. But the point is that drishti of looking at a bhasma from a Ayurvedic perspective of being a Vata, Pitta, Kapha model, rather than a simply curative, enumerative classification of the allopathic medicine, is something that distinguishes it. So the point I'm trying to make is that technology has always been evolving. If you look at our own Carnatic music, violin is not an Indian instrument. It was imported simply. But then now we cannot think of a Carnatic music concert without violin. And so that is the beauty of our parampara, that we adopt and keep changing, but without compromising on the civilizational values and the fundamental framework of our paramparas. So this is where, if you look at the last 200 years, the pace of technology change has been accelerating. The kind of things that are available today were not available 15 years ago, even 17 years ago. For example, there was no YouTube in 2004. Can you imagine that? There was no YouTube. There was no Facebook. There was something called an Orkut. I'm giving away my age. So these are the things that were there. And then Yahoo used to be a big thing then. We used to chat on Yahoo messengers and all that. Now we know we have Instagram, Snapchat, and all these things. So technology keeps evolving. And then when you look at even the kind of audio-visual equipment that are there, the technology has progressed and contributed a lot to the progress and the preservation aspects of our paramparas. So I think there is a need to look at it from that perspective. This is where I would quote Mahatma Gandhi and then invite my panelists that he said that I want the winds of change. That is again a Vedavakya. I want all the noble thoughts to come from all the corners of the world, but I don't want to be blown off by them. So that is a kind of I think attitude that we can have probably when we look into the technology for preservation and propagation. I'm not a musicologist, so therefore I would request my panel here, who are very eminent in terms of the kind of experience that they bring, both in terms of the technology and the to about speak in about 5 minutes. What is their vision that they see? How this technology can be used for the preservation and propagation of our Bharatiya Parampara, especially considering that the attention spans of our children is now reduced to 15 minutes. In fact, we were trying to build a 15-minute documentary, and the comment was, we need to build 2 to 3 minute documentaries. And if you think about it, what kind of thing can we convey in 2 to 3 minutes? But then there is a need to take that and then build on it, not just discard it. So I think I would like to invite Sri S.L. Narasimhanji to please talk about this technology for preservation and propagation in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Namaskarams to all. Thanks to all the organizations connected in organizing such a relevant and need of our symposium or seminar, whatever we call it. Since it's a very time constrained presentation, I have jotted down certain points and I would like to speak about them. So, before directly getting into the topic of technology, whether it is relevant or it supports appreciation and propagation of music, I would just like to set a preamble about how technology was used in preserving classical art forms, particularly music. From the day wire recording started and that 8 mm film recording started, and in India, we never had access to those equipment as freely as it is today. And by the time we get to know of an equipment from our known sources and the time we acquire them, the equipment would be at least half a decade old in terms of technology. So we will not be able to derive the quality of preservation. Some about 5-6 years back, I made a presentation on the archiving of music in Chennai, and I gave the topic as future perfect past tense, and that holds good today. See, today I see before me an array of cameras. I think all are either Sony PXW200 or the latest Panasonic 4K cameras. But unfortunately, we don't have the kind of quality to match the equipment. The content quality has deteriorated. The earlier session, one of the speakers, Mr. Kannan, was referring about all and sundry dumping the social media platforms. These social media platforms today, they have all become a digital dump yard. That is the biggest curse technology has dropped on every individual today. We all have a mobile phone. We think that we sing, we dance, we orate well, we speak well. Then we become a motivator, an influencer, what not names you give. Then we have a mobile phone. We get a microphone for 800 rupees, just plug it in, just record it. All we need is an account in Facebook or Instagram or any of the social platforms. Upload it, call our friends, tell them to like it, and then they will share it, then it will go viral, then you become a celebrity. How long does it last? One song, one dance, one speech? No, not even that much. Like any other innovation, technology is also a double-edged sword to be used very judiciously. It is very imperative to have a mobile phone, a laptop, if possible, a camera, a good audio equipment set, everything. But that doesn't give us the license to impose on the general public all crap. It's very unfortunate today that only about 10% of the content available online is of some merit. And if you look at the consumers, they are not idiots. Just to please you, they may click. All they have to do is just click emote icon, a thumbs up or a V or a clap or whatever. What does it mean? It means please don't disturb me after this. Stop. Yeah, that's it. The problem is the content producers, they don't understand it. They think that, we are being venerated, we are being eulogized, we are being praised. No, it's not that. People want you to stop it. Today, I'm sorry, I'm talking about all this because I was asked to take a critical view of what is available today. So, there are few people in arts who have and you are using technology to the maximum benefit of them and the consumers. They produce quality content. The production quality is very good. They publish it in the social media platforms, but not often. In marketing for a product, they say the product has to be pulled by the consumer and not pushed on the consumer. These artists, they pull the consumer towards the content. They are not pushing their content on the consumers. So, the artists or the content producers today have access to quality equipment. The services offer premium subscription services. You pay a premium, charge a premium, produce quality content, publish it, and get the consumers derive value for what they pay. Coming to the services available and the quality available, the video quality has now come almost up to 4K, 8K, even for these short films or 2-minute, 3-minute films. Shooting it is not a problem. The camera is available for less than about ₹1,00,000. Sony, Fuji, and so many big brands they have introduced. Audio equipment are available at very, very affordable costs. Like we used to do carpooling for going to colleges and schools and office. Form a consortium of content producers. Buy quality equipment. Share the cost of the equipment, the space, or even the platform's cost you share. In the platform, you create individual sub-channels and publish your content. And coming to the government's way of participating in this, the government earlier in Tamil Nadu had about 4 or 5 auditoriums which were let out at very, very reasonable costs. And unfortunately today, one such big, it has been converted as a very huge auditorium called the Kalivana Arangam in Chennai. And for a program, I believe they are charging close to about 4 lakhs. If the organizer pays about 4 lakhs just for the auditorium, then what will be his net cost of a program? And where will he get those funds? Getting funds was already discussed in the previous discussion. So I'm going to only discuss about the kind of infrastructure required. Many corporates through their CSR activities are doing their might. My request here is to identify the right people for the right advice, right suggestion, put in the right set of equipments required for the kind of programs you are planning to have in those auditoriums. The government should construct small auditoriums throughout the state, throughout the country. It should be a state and central government joint initiative, probably like building infrastructures like bridges and tall roads. It can even be build, operate, and then transfer kind of arrangement with private corporates. A good 100-150 capacity auditorium with good lighting, good camera, good audio equipment will attract the new age consumers, here Rasikas. I will take the invitation as the vaccine to drop some names here. Sanjay Subramaniam is one Carnatic musician who invested heavily on producing content for the social media and is very successful. Successful in two ways. Personally, successful in bringing in new audience to the art form. That's very, very important. He is commercially successful, is very popular, but I know how many first-time Carnatic music listeners have come in because of Sanjay Subramaniam. And the second such successful personality is an alumnus of this prestigious institution sitting amongst us, Shivashree. She has been posting singles, what they call as singles in the social platform, not a full album, full set of concert, just one or two songs in frequent intervals, sensing the pulse of the audience, taking their feedback positively, producing relevant content for the occasion, and there, both Sanjay and Shivashree, they are not bending down and they are not playing for the gallery. They are only taking cognizance of their consumers' demands and presenting what they feel is very honest. That honesty is very, very important for artists. How much ever fame they get, they should be very, very honest to what they are doing. It is like any other profession, be it a plumber or an electrician or a carpenter. The same is applicable here. Let us keep aside the cliche that it's very divine or no, it's also a profession. Everybody needs money for a living, and this is a profession. But be honest with the profession. So the government and both the central and state and the corporates should promote these kind of content producers by providing them the state-of-the-art infrastructure. They need not give it free, but let them not charge a fortune. They need not recover it in one program. Assume that they spent about 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs for this hall. Amortize it over 4,000 concerts, not 4 concerts. That's what is happening today. It's very bad. Thank you so much. I think I've taken a lot of your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suhanji. That was a very beautiful statement of kind of challenges and very critical look at these things. So we'll come back to that in a little bit later, but thank you so much. And I would like to invite Sri Surendran Ravindranji to please put his thoughts.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me for this wonderful event. Such a great honor to share the stage with such elite panelists, and thank you to all the audience gathered here. I would like to focus the next few minutes of my speech to more toward the bright minds of Shastra that's sitting here, because we are talking about 2047, and I think it's about you all. So this topic, which kind of combines technology and art, like, I think this would be a very relevant topic to you, and I'm sure it's not going to be too boring. So firstly, I would like to make a few things clear. It's a common misconception that, it's not a misconception, it's a common understanding that whenever someone talks about technology, they talk more about how to use the services and platforms or the products that are already in market, like, and how to kind of adapt to those technologies and use to the best of your abilities to reach public and whatnot. But the technology that I am going to talk is more about the core technology, and also there is a common misconception that technology is all about computer technology. See, computer technology is like a part of technology, but it's not limited. Technology is not limited by computer technology. Yes, computers are today's era, and like, we all take it for granted that technology is computer technology, but there are also other great engineering streams that also bring in a lot of technology. So firstly, when I do a quick, can someone help me with the next buttons over here? Okay. Yeah, so I did a few introspection and I wanted to address these things. So let's first talk about technology. It's some basic scientific understanding or knowledge, like, that we can use for our practical needs. Like, for example, internet can be called a technology, Bluetooth, this kind of, like, technology. And now there is also a confusion between what is innovation then. If technology is about a scientific knowledge, what is innovation? Innovation can be more understood with something like some products or services or platforms that are built over a particular technology to make it even more useful. So technology, innovation. So it's also important that like, what we are addressing as technology, as a terminology right now, is basically technological innovations, basically. So innovations that make use of technology. So now I wanted to show you some recent technological innovations that really impressed me, and these are basically the first few slides that I'm showing you are not computers at all. Like, see, these are like very fine, simple products, simple innovations that has really enhanced, like the Carnatic concerts or the comfort level of musicians and those kind of things. The first one that I'm showing you here on the left is actually called a 2-in-1 mridangam. I'm very proud to say that this is an innovation made by my dad, late Shri Prapancham Ravindran. I'm basically doing this presentation on his behalf, is what I feel, because he dedicated almost all his life to innovations in the in Carnatic music and Mridangam, basically. Not limited to Mridangam, but major contribution was to Mridangam. So this is 2-in-1 Mridangam. So what it does is that, so you know that Mridangam is just made of one big chunk of wood that has a hollow in the middle, and then there is left, there is right, and then the sound travels, and then you create that beautiful sound. So because he was born in Tanjore here, and then because of his huge exposure towards the making of the instrument and those kind of things, he could perfectly understand the need of that hollow in the middle. So he felt that just breaking that into two parts and having a latch in the middle so that we can separate left and right, so that we can carry two rights and one left for the concert. So if you have to like take 4 mridangams for a kacheri, so you can just like take 3 rights and 1 left now, and problem solved, right? So this is a very simple innovation by just properly understanding how a mridangam works. So same way, there is the synthetic paste that we use for the left. Now left is this bass sound on the, we usually use rubber, the upma rava, that rava. So what we do is we just mix with water and then put it on the left, and then like, boom, the sound is great. So nowadays we use this kind of a synthetic paste, you know, like more like a putty. I think you would have seen putty. So when we use that, it doesn't dry so fast, and you know, like the organizers, the previous, they will be happy because the stage won't be dirty anymore. So this is a fantastic innovation. You know, like that's what I feel. The third one is the ropes, you know, like that connects the left and right side of the instrument, that basically maintains the tension, you know. So this one, usually we use this var made of buffalo skin. So, you know, like now it's replaced with nylon ropes, the one that is used to anchor ships and those kind of things. Now it maintains tension much better than the var, and it's also vegan friendly. So these are all like some simple innovations that have enhanced the concert and the musician experience on stage. Now, the topic was also about, I'm not going to take much time. So the topic was also about the preservation and propagation. So preservation, now it's the era of videos and cloud, you know. So what happens is that, you know, like previously, basically I wanted to also say that Carnatic music is is unarguably one of the most well-documented forms of music. The great people here would agree that. So the use of technology and, you know, like science has always been there to beautifully classify and divide the information. So I wrote a small paper when I was doing my master's in Nanyang Technological University. It was about knowledge management in Carnatic music and how the Melakartas and the 35 Thala chart beautifully preserve, you know, like. So those are all basically, you know, we have always used innovation and technology to preserve. And now with the help of internet and cloud technologies, we can store as videos, notes in cloud. That's always going to be there. Now the servers are very cheap now, so you can just buy like TBs and TBs of data and just put your stuff there, so it's always there. So this is a beautiful way of preserving knowledge. And propagation is where me and my company comes more into, because we are into online music education. So I think the propagation through Carnatic music has been phenomenal at this point, because these online music lessons are basically breaking barriers. It has taken our music to every nook and corner of the world. So with a right teacher and a right platform, the propagation also has been amazing. And also the like the previous guest mentioned, it's about the online concerts too. Like we as a team of youngsters who are into Carnatic music have always been, you know, like trying very hard to improve the online and offline too. We do offline too. So the concert quality nowadays, you know, like 4K, 8K and whatnot. So we have been working on that. Yeah. This is a very important point that I wanted to address. Now you see, most of the conversation that goes on is about how we are going to use existing products of technology to the benefit of Carnatic music. Like, for example, we use radio. my party Tanjore Prema, who's from here, she was a counselor of Tanjore actually. So she used to very proudly say, 55 வருஷம்டா ரேடியோல பாடியிருக்கேன். இன்னும் ரொம்ப பெருமை. லைக் she used to say like தஞ்சாவூர் பிரேமான்னு எழுதினா மட்டும் போதும், தபால்ல அட்ரஸ்லாம் வேணாம், வீட்டுக்கு. She used to be so proud, and this kind of reach is what radio gave her, basically. You know, like usage of technology and TV. You know, like show her face. You know, like that was amazing. Now there is internet, but I think when we are looking at technology for the future, I think there should be more and more products and services exclusively built using technology for this music form. So I think that is where there's a gap that we need to bridge. Yes, there are some amazing startups and companies that are kind of like building some amazing products exclusively for Carnatic music. Hope you all understand the difference. I'm not talking about just using YouTube and putting your concert there and yeah, I have used technology. I'm not talking about that kind of technology. I'm saying building products, you know, like innovating with the help of technology. Build your own products. I'll show some of the products that we have built so that I can give you some kind of context. So, you know, like I'm talking about building products and services exclusively for propagation or whatever. So using for Carnatic music. So we have to start building products exclusively for this form. Yeah. So this is the company that I founded in 2016, basically, when I was in Singapore. Fortunately, I was a part of the digitization of the whole academics. You know, like when I was in NUS, National University of Singapore, they were basically, you know, like trying to reduce the number of people coming to the classes. You know, like on the contrary, exactly the opposite of what you guys face here, right? So here they want us to come to the classes max. That's also good, but there they were trying to make a hybrid learning platform. Means that you can either take the classes online or you can take it offline, especially for the kind of master's course that I was doing. I don't know if they were strict with the bachelor's, like what they do for you, but for masters, they didn't make it mandatory to come to the class. So just put the lecture online, live stream, and they were using some very new technologies at that point, like Blackboard and a lot of platforms, basically LMS platforms, learning management software platform, solutions platform. So they were just using like that. So I was a part of this trend that was going on. So that's the time that I thought, why don't we do something like this, build an exclusive platform for students to learn music online and teachers to teach music online. So this is the kind of technology that I wanted to build. So I built bmusician.com in 2016. So in the like I was like kind of not running it full time for the first couple of years. So from 2018 to 2022, I have been doing this full time, and I'm proud to say that there are 10,000 registered users on the platform at this moment, and there are 5,000 fantastic subscribers that keep the platform going. So I branched out B Musician into 3 parts: academy, studio, and the labs. So everything not to market B Musician, but just to give you a context of how technology itself can help take the art form to the next level. So the studios is the space that we built. Even Shivashri was a part of the concerts that were held in the studio. So we are basically working on providing an in-studio concert experience for the Rasikas, the audience, basically. So you will feel the same kind of audio that when you put on a headset and listen to your favorite Rahman song and all that. So when you sit in the concert hall and then you listen to the concert, the audience will exactly get that kind of a acoustic performance. So this is we have worked a lot with some very smart acoustic and sound engineers and some software people and civil people to get this space working. It's a very successful space now. We have produced close to 300 concerts on the studios now. So yeah, so this is my Italian colleague. So this is about the research labs. You know, this is the 3rd part of B Musician. So this is called the B Musician Labs. So what we do is we create and build some new products like instruments for the users to self-learn. Like you can compare it to something like Musician. Have you heard of Musician? the plug and play drum learning, guitar learning device like Drumeo. Kind of these are some fantastic technology like that just lets you self-learn the instrument of your choice. So we are building products like that. So fortunately, when I just speak about these ideas, there are a lot of like-minded people. Like this one is Gianmarco from Italy. So he's a very smart engineer. He works for Korg and Yamaha in Italy. So he has been teaming up with me, and we have been building amazing products. So I can even demo such products, but I know I'm talking in a very smart institution and patent is pending, so I don't want to risk that. So finally, this is about the app Mani Pravaham. This is the second release of B Musician Labs, basically. So this one, like what I said, in B Musician Labs, we work with some very smart minds of the Carnatic world. Like we have Palgat Ramprasad sir, for example, who created this wonderful algorithm. He's an economics PhD, doctorate in economics. So he built this amazing algorithm which kind of lets you create song lists, basically. So like this has been there since 2017. So he has been there with this idea. But like this Mani Pravaham app, it's very smart. So what you can do is like, for example, if you're singing a concert, Suchitraka is singing a concert in Krishna Gana Sabha on maybe 5th, no, 5th is gone, 6th, okay, May. And then you have to create your song list for the concert. And then you just log in the app, and then you say the venue and all that. And then you create your song list, and then you say, okay, I start with Navaraga Malika Varnam, and then something like Mahaganapatim, and then you come to the core of the concert, like sub main. So for example, I know you won't do that, but for example, a musician chooses like maybe Asaveri and the next song in something like maybe Todi, then the app will exactly point out that these two ragams cannot be used like back to back in the same concert. So like, so, and it has a lot of very smart checks to exactly find out the kind of concert that you're creating. So this is a fantastic implementation of algorithm, and B Musician is very, very, very proud to team up with Ramprasad Anna to build this amazing product. Yeah, vitamin M, the favorite. So what happens, like we have all these fantastic ideas, and then like how to take this forward and how to make really good money out of this kind of platforms. So what happens is that they look at scalability. Last 1 minute. So they look at scalability. What happens is that I have been in that pitching scene a lot, actually. So there are these like grumpy looking investors that usually come up and say like, okay, this is all working nice and all that, but how is it going to make double and all these kind of questions. And then like I used to explain when all this and music great and all that, but okay, music great, but will I get my ROI, like the return of investment? Then like see, there is obviously this scalability factor. Like for example, when there are out of like 10 students, if 2 students want to learn music, 9 may want to learn math. So I used to say like, if I had made B Musician an academics platform, it would have been by use by now. But I'm into music, so I can only like make music based products. So now B Musician has proved, and I'm sure there were a lot of very successful companies. I saw myself in this music scene, like for example, Madras. They were a fantastic team. Like they make some next gen concert experiences. And there was this very nice company, Madras Merch Market, right? They refused to exchange my shirt, but I'm still mentioning them. So they made some very cool looking, like tees and hoodies for the Carnatic based, like they had Mridangam and Tyagarajar and all that kind of thing, but very cool t-shirts. So these kind of things are the market at this moment, and I'm sure we are actually traveling in a fantastic direction. And if government and the investors can also back us up, I'm sure musicians turned entrepreneurs like me, or technologists who also are interested in music, like many of you here, can make amazing success by 2047. I wish you all the very best, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Sangeetha. That was wonderful, positive way of looking at these things. Very hopeful message that you have given. And I would like to next invite Sri Ramesh Nayak to please share your thoughts.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to come and address you people with regard to this particular title called Preservation and Propagation of Music through Technology. And I come from a different background in the sense that I come from the film industry. I'm a composer, I'm a singer. I have access to technology much earlier than most of us actually have been thinking. And I'm a student of Western music. I'm an orchestrator. Have had the exposure to Western classical music, the ways of teaching and preserving and propagating that music. So probably it might just add to the color and the value of my thoughts and my experiences to make a vision out of 2047, for 2047. Western music and Indian music systems are two systems, great systems. Where the Western classical music is called a classical music and Indian classical system is called ethnomusicology. Western music came from a place called Europe, and it is just there for everyone to be taken to take it to. You have a Vijay Iyer who is considered as the Einstein of Western music. You have a man called Ilayaraja from Madurai who writes symphonies. You also have El Shankars. You also have Ramesh Vinayakam, who's an orchestrator. So, you have Bach, whose music is 1750, played like Bach. You have 7th century music, played like 7th century music. You have 20th century music. Is playing like 20th century music. You have contemporary music. You have contemporary music musicians who play contemporary music like contemporary music. Out of these two systems, which in my opinion, very humble opinion, in a very, very humble way, let me tell, as far as I know, there are two great systems in the world, as I told you, and one is called ethnomusicology in the world universities. You can never learn Indian classical music. One is well preserved, that you can play according to the periods. One is as well, the same music is propagated so much that you have a Lang Lang, who's a Chinese guy who comes and plays Chopin. Chopin is a great composer of the Romantic of the 1800s. And there are other people like Sarah Chang from China, or in Indonesia, from India, as I told you. It has been preserved and propagated as well. With the same technology that there was and there is always. And technology is not modern as we think. Technology is a new term. Do you really think so? Modern technology is a standard term in 1750, in 1800s, or in 700s. Fire probably was one of the first technologies man actually found and use of, even to have to run a steam engine. So what is technology? Technology is a standard word that is applicable for every period of time. So why is that one classical system has not done nothing to itself, and one other classical system does everything to itself? We had the technology, Mr. Narasimhan said that we did not. I'm sorry, sir. In 1985. In 1985, I composed a piece of music for an advertisement called Oxo Western Brief, completely out of computer music with no men. It was played by Rahman, and he's my peer. He was my keyboard player. He rose to higher heights. I salute him. He's my dear friend. His success is mine. You would have remembered a movie called Punnagai Manan when it was used, and just after 2 months, I had composed. We had the first trams in India, thanks to the whatever British. Forget about it. சென்றுடு வீரட்டு திக்கும் கலை செல்வங்கள் யாவும் கொணர்ந்துங்க சீர்ப்பீர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் போயிருக்காங்க. So we are not those people who have to close our eyes to the world. We are not the people who has to preserve it so much that it has been contained in a small place, so much that even people who belong to our country don't know about your music. You are talking about taking to youth, but what are we doing? We also say that there's a lot of stuff in the YouTube, and those are all not good, but you have to remember Gandhi. You have to remember Gandhi because he said, don't hear the bad, the three monkeys. Don't see, don't talk. Don't see them. And if you want to make children not see them, you create that atmosphere. You provide them with that. You have to have a mentality. There cannot be narcissism. You have to change. The change has to come from within because the technology was always available. I'm talking from my heart. I was much worried when I was sitting there. Because what is technology? We want to talk the same thing about taking to the younger generation. Yes. You know, who took music to the younger generation? There was a lady called Emma Subbalakshmi. She was from Madurai, again, or somewhere around that place. And then she sang. But there was a technology called cinema that took her all over the world. She sang Meera. And there was a rickshawala who sang that song. Who said that this music cannot be understood by no common people? You have assumed it to be. If you want to change, you be the change yourself. Without that talking, I'm sorry. Doing it for, see, you know this wonderful thing called of the people, by the people, for the people. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry, misters, you guys, we guys. I'm a part of this culture. We have been doing it for ourselves. Carnatic music for Carnatic music. No, I'm not blaming you. I'm saying that. I'm not really blaming anyone here. Please understand, I'm asking for a paradigm shift in thought process to take ourselves beyond where we are, because we have failed in our understanding of what is preservation and propagation, thinking that these two are different. They are opposed to each other intrinsically, which is not the fact. You do the preservation. நான் ஒரு சின்ன கேள்வி கேட்கிறேன் எல்லாருக்கும். அரியக்குடி ராமானுஜங்காருடைய சிஷ்யர்கள் அரியக்குடி ராமானுஜன் மாதிரியே பாட முடியுமா? பாடுவாளா? But they create their own style. They create their own style, and because art is all about change. But the one original thought and process and Bani has to be preserved. Do we have it? Do you have them? Subramaniam wrote down, with how much of difficulty he wrote those Sangeetha Sampradaya Pradarshani, in which there were, it was a work of, let me say, collection of notation for Kritis. And he had to be to do that by a man called Chinnasamy Mudaliar, who was a Christian. And he pushed him to learn Western music. And then he learned Western music and brought in notation all these things. And book was a technology. Please mind you, we were writing on palmyra fiber, leaves just a few centuries back. So there was an intention. Technology is always there. It's an intention. You can see, technology makes you superhuman. It makes you superhuman. It doesn't make you, it makes even inhuman, because somebody can drop an atom bomb. But it also makes you unhuman. But I am looking at a culture where the government in 2047, or every one of us who has the advantage of this music, to deliver it to our people. We have to deliver, because every child is entitled to music education. If education is a manifestation of perfection, that's already meant, Vivekananda said so. I say that music is the manifestation of divinity that's already in man, or art for that matter. So there is a preservation. The other problem is that the thing that, of course, Mr. Narasimhan said was very, very pertinent, because now you have an amalgamation of music. So where's your thread? Anybody can listen to Lal Gudi, can do M.S. Gopalakrishnan, you can listen to Indrajam, you can listen to Kumaresh Ganesh, you can do, and then there's another guy who mixes everything, and there's no Bani. So where is the stylistic aspect of it? What do we do for that? So there should be something more than merely recording, because recording, see, look, let me ask this question. Can anybody remember what is the first word I said in this particular speech? One of you, please. Or the fourth sentence, any one of you. First sentence I spoke. Or maybe ninth sentence that I spoke. You can't. You don't have written language for Indian classical music, my dear ma'am. Without written language, you can't do anything. None of the technologies accrued to our country because it did not accrue to our music because we can't write your theory. You can't make a Begada different from Shankarabharanam and Maya Malagalai because the Ma, even see, you don't have a written language. The Ma is flanked by Pa and Ga on both this side and that side. You don't have the wherewithal to explain to a small child why Begadama is completely different from that of the Maya Maudagolai and Shankarabharanam or Charukesi for that matter. So if you cannot explain yourselves, you cannot really do something, what are you doing? That is the reason why Indian classical music is considered ethnomusicology, because it's in a, what I call, let me say, it's mysterious, and we think it's mystical. I'm sorry, you've not done enough. You had to clarify for the child. And we have this sort of, let me tell you this, sorry. In 1960s, when T. Vishwanathan went to Wesleyan University, we always had melody tracking. We had melody tracking, which means that anybody sings something, I'm disturbed, sir. I'm sorry. And melody tracking was done. They could not filter what's going on. You have NCPA in Bombay spending a hell of a lot of money on top softwares to understand Indian classical music. They can't. They have not been. They write academia carries a research paper called "What You See Is Not What You Hear." So I feel the problem, and I also believe, I very much believe, Abdul Kalams are available in this country. He became the nuclear scientist that he became. He became the president of this country from somewhere in Ramanathapuram because he had access to it. Because nobody else was judgmental in saying that there cannot be a brilliant guy who is there in Ramanathapuram. Because I believe in my goddess, my Ma Saraswati, because I'm a musician too. I'm just an ordinary person. You should give children the chance of discovery. You should give the world, I would say that this 2047, we should lay the foundation of identification of talent, creating an environment of discovery for children, provide them with the environment, and more importantly, we say Rasikas. Who are your Rasikas? Because you have not done your job, people are listening to something not so very good. That's your business, to provide them. You preserve, take all the steps. I want to say two things from our let me say, our Hindu lineage that has come. Vyasa want to write this Mahabharata. Dasmana is a prolific guy. He will come up with this Vyasa Bharatam in like madness. It'll be a flow of Ganga or whatever, or Brahmaputra or Amazon, everything together. A torrential downpour of thought process in highest level of poetry. In all the vocabulary that we can even imagine. And he cannot stop. The problem is the flow is going to be so fast. And therefore he wanted a secretary to write it. You people know that. Kadakala Shibam Bandravalak Theriyum. And they called Vinayakam, not this Vinayakam. This is a poor fellow. The Lord Vinayaka comes to his rescue, says, okay, I'll write. Then there's a conversation. Oh, sir, can you really still keep up to my speed? Oh, of course. Can you actually recite the way to the speed in which I will be writing? And then they say, agree. Yes, of course I can. Then they put a condition. Vyasa says, look, in case you don't understand a word that I say, you should stop writing. And then this man says, the player, Vinayaka, he's not man, of course, man with the capital M, Perumal, Alnu Solala, Perumal. Perumale தான் சொல்றோம். அவருக்கும் உண்டு. திருப்புகழ் படிச்சு பார்த்தா தெரியும். கைத்தலம் நெருங்கினி பெருமாளே தான் வரும். 3 பேருக்கு உண்டு. முருகன், கணபதி, முருகன், நாராயணருக்கு. So சொல்றாரு அவர், if you blabber something, I'll stop writing. Because just because I'm saying, and I can you can, it's gibberish is not allowed, right? And he knows exactly what he's writing. So, and then this Mahabharatam, why should we write? Why should the Lord do this? He took it upon himself to bring out that great, beautiful thing called Mahabharata, epic, the Itihasam that we are talking about today. And he does so. And then he does something that most people, we are all talking about. I have done this. Even a politician on the side of the door, there will be a temporary bus stand. Then they put their name on big thing, when they have bought it. They're doing it with the government money, and they put their money. It's taxpayers' money. It's not his money. He's not doing it from his personal thing. But you know what Vinayaka did? He disfigured himself. He broke his tusk to do the task. Can anybody else do more than that? The intention was important. They found the technology. Where there's a will, there's a way. But I want to tell you something. The thing that there are two things that happened between Vyasa and Ganapati, which I did explain to you just 2 seconds back. You know what is the import of it? The import of it is, the intention was to preserve it exactly without distortion. Vyasa wanted to know that this man was complete in its vocabulary and understood the language that he was saying. And Vinayaka was very clear about receiving only the correct things. Which means that if you're writing in Python in computers, 2 computers has to understand a computer language, they can understand properly. My student has to be good enough to receive my thought process. He has to raise himself to himself. I have to raise, as a teacher, raise the quality of my students' ability and knowledge and quality of understanding, making them not merely clever. Of course, in art, it goes beyond intelligence. Artificial intelligence, you can even artificial heart, you can't do. So it lays the foundation for our future. This particular incident, that preservation is important in writing, and propagation is that it should be in writing without any distortion, because even Vedam were written afterwards. All the Itihasam were all written. We should not, does not forget the written language. And there's one last thing, is in Dakshinamurti, when the Vyagyana happened in Maunam, when the young Shiva, who was so beautiful, young, charming, attractive, and around him are the rishis, where their minds were all completely in the Brahman, and he did not speak anything, and those people did not even ask questions. And that is where the frequencies really, they met each other. But until then, students will ask questions, teachers will have to answer. This is the most important thing. And I think that the vision 2047 should lay the foundation for a paradigm shift in thought process, compare ourselves in what has been done for Western music and what has not been done for Indian music, and receive all the best from everywhere. I can say, in a very, very humble way, they have invented the first ever comprehensive system of notation for Indian classical music, the Gamaka box notation. I really wanted to play something from the YouTube, which is available. You can go and check the story of a Gamaka box. I have made the congenitally deaf to play ragas, which comes to the complete break of the foundational thought that Kelvi Nyanam Illamal நம்மளுடைய கமகங்களை வாசிக்க முடியாது அப்படின்னு எழுத்து மூலியமாக, whether it cannot be written, that question has been taken care of long time back. But because of the problems that I have seen, the problems that I have faced, even though I come from I have done a Hollywood movie, for your kind information. I have a good background. I am not here to spoil when I announced to the world, I was not ready to spoil my image and I wanted to stand by my integrity or some values that I have for my own music. But it has taken us such a long time that the IIT is now incubating me, the Music Temple Private Limited. And I'm going to have a global institution that will teach Indian classical music to everyone, not necessarily Indians, because going global is not singing only for Indians. Let me also tell you that. If I go and do the same thing to Indians, no, you can go and lecture my, I don't want to make a propagating of my work today, but I want to tell you that this, you can go and check that out. You can see that I have made foreigners play Indian classical music. We have notated banis. We have got the gamakas, the atoms, the DNA of ragas, which are all possible today for us to extract and find the connections and the disconnections, the theory of it, and the subject and the predicates of Indian classical music, so that we understand and do things with the basis and the foundation of a wonderful culture that has been handed over. And of course, I should also say at this moment that it has been preserved quite well. And we have the connection to the past for about 100 years, because we have some recordings of that. We have recordings of 1920s and something. So we can certainly find our roots back. And I'm sure that this has to be taken forward, and all the vision of 2047 should have a paradigm shift in terms of the thought process, and saying that you preserve, but you also propagate with the best possible practices. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ganesh, for providing that very, very different perspective on how we need to really look at the Western and Indian classical music, and then we need to really focus on the preservation through notations and all those things. And I think in the interest of time, what I would say is I would not like to speak too much. I would give about 2 minutes to each of our panelists in the sequence which you have talked to for any concluding remarks.
A very important point to the government, both central and state government, is about, for propagating Indian classical music, we need all the platforms, social media platforms, to have India-centric storage servers, India-specific AI and BA-enabled search systems, and also filtering systems, and also a kind of a screening system to be developed by the stakeholders for filtering the content, both in terms of the production quality and the content quality, like the AAR, All India Radio's grading system. Again, I reiterate that more infrastructure to be provided at affordable costs for organizers and performers. Thank you.
Thank you again for the opportunity. I wish you all, let's all work together by harnessing the power of technology and build some really cool products for music. Thank you.
I just finished, but I have to start again. No, there's nothing more to say except that Indian music is divine. It's one of the most elevating music of the world. And we need to make it simple to start with, to make it enjoyable. And don't make a halo with it, to make it a monster sort of a thing. You have to be from the other world or something like that. And not only Carnatic music, this kind of music as well. All the beautiful contours of the melody of this great system should reach everyone. And every one of us would do well, because music will help the society to be sane enough to help itself to become much more civilized and reach greater heights of dignity. So the most important thing in life is to encourage, make it possible for everyone to listen to, enjoy, become knowledgeable in the most beautiful music of the world, that is Indian classical music. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'll just make 3 points. The sense that Anish here mentioned that example of Vinayaka Vyasa, where the idea of intention to preserve without distortion is something that's free. Whenever we talk about any kind of preservation or propagation method. And think that is something that we need to really think about, and that requires again, using technology effectively. And because technology comes essentially as per the needs and things like that was a point made. And another point made by Surendranji was that scalability and ROI of any enterprise is going to be something that is going to be important, because unlike in the past, where the kings and basically the other rich sections of the community used to support the artisans, artists. Currently, I mean, that is kind of, and that was what we see. And so I think it's important for us to look at not just the, of course, the dedication there, but also the livelihood aspects of our artists there. And then the point Sanjeev, creating small kind of facilities where we can propagate the facilities that can be used by many, many people, I think are 3 points that I take away. And with that, we come to an end to this session. And I would like to thank you all.
Check. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Murthy. You did a great job. Really enjoyed your answers and lively feelings. Thank you very much. Thank you.
With this, we have come to the end of today's panel discussion on DHARA, Sangeetha and Natya Parampara. We have the most exciting cultural events in Jugalbandi and Sunat, which will be happening in the SOC